All right, good morning and welcome to this Committee of the Whole meeting for Wednesday, November 5th. Remember the 5th of November, as the British say. Like to acknowledge that we connect with many First Nations communities across our vast regional district, and today we are located on the Tk'emlúps-te-Secwépemc territory, situated within the unceded ancestral lands of the Secwépemc Nation. The TNRD appreciates the partnerships that we have with Tk'emlúps-te-Secwépemc and respect the territory and land on which we gather today. And I'd just like to make an announcement. We have a special guest in the gallery. We have Clearwater Secondary Grade 9 student Richard Onslow. Good morning, Richard, who apparently is going to be joined by two of his grade 9 classmates. It is Bring Your Grade 9 Student to Work Day. In case the surname didn't tip you off, it's Director Onslow who has brought Richard to work. Richard and his classmates are going to get an introduction to the TNRD. They're going to get a tour, they're going to get a pizza lunch, and they're going to have an opportunity to sit in on the EOC. So welcome, Richard. Welcome your classmates when they're here, and I hope you have an enjoyable day. So first item of business is the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting, November 6th and 7th, 2025. We have a recommendation. Right, thank you very much, Director Karpak, seconded by Vice Chair Smith. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? That is carried. We move on to reports and presentations, and I'm going to hand it over to CAO Hildebrand as soon as his microphone is fixed.
Chair is so low. All right. Thank you, Chair Roden. Good morning, directors. Great to see everyone this morning. Let me start with a comment that may bring some comfort to this initial budget discussion. This is a starting point, and we know we all have some work to do. So I just want to kind of start with that point because I know we've been working very hard from a staff standpoint. We've been meeting with a bunch of you already to try to figure out how we're going to address some of our challenges with this budget. So today we're presenting the first draft, and as mentioned, the starting point of the Thompson Regional District's budget process for 2026 and beyond. Your report is intended to provide a clear fact-based overview of the current financial status, anticipated challenges, and the strategies we propose to ensure the long-term sustainability of our region's services and infrastructure. The purpose of this draft is to align the board and our stakeholders on the financial realities we face to set the stage for informed decision making as we move forward to the final budget adoption in March of 2026. The plan includes both operating and capital budgets for the general and utilities fund. It incorporates a departmental SWOT that everybody I think is aware of, that we help you walk through. We walk through the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we're facing across the region. So we're facing several significant fiscal challenges in the upcoming budget. As it sits today, it's at approximately 9.5% increase in taxation, or about $2.8 million more than last year. This is primarily due to declining non-tax revenues, significantly reductions in surpluses, and slight increases in operating expenses. Not what we are expecting, but that's the work we have ahead of us. Our reliance on reserve funds to subsidize operations is becoming unsustainable, and the shrinking surpluses limit our flexibility to respond to unforeseen expenditures. Key service areas such as development services and solid waste and recycling are experiencing large revenue declines, while operating costs continue to rise due to inflation, contract increases, and wage pressures. The need to meet new reserve targets for capital projects will place an additional upward pressure on tax rates, especially as other revenue sources decline. So to address these challenges, the draft puts forward several strategies. So we've implemented targeted expenditure reductions across all departments, with more than half showing a decrease in overall spending. A new reserve policy is guiding us to reach and maintain appropriate reserve targets, so that we can fund our 5-year and be sustainable long-term. The board will need to consider critical decisions about service levels, including selective reductions and possible improvements and process improvements to manage future tax increases reasonably. We're advancing a fully funded capital plan totaling $61.8 million, supported by operating contributions, grants, and borrowing. Transparency and public engagement remain central to our approach. with opportunities for residents to provide feedback across detailed budget information that we provide online. So this financial plan is aligned with the board's strategic plan, with including livability and built environment, economic sustainability, responsible governance, and community engagement. Our goal is to balance the fiscal responsibility with community expectations and long-term resilience. So following today's presentation that we're going to start here shortly, we will continue to refine the budget. And over the next 5 weeks, we'll bring a provisional budget to you in December at our last board meeting of the year. And then a final adoption will happen before the end of March 2026. So finally, and just to set the stage for today, we ask that as we're walking through the SWOT analysis by department, if you have simple questions about the operations or just general questions, please feel free to ask. But we'd like to hold any kind of big ideas or changes or motions to the end of the presentation. Ms. Fox is going to take us through a detailed presentation on both capital and expense and walk through that. But we've dedicated at least 90 minutes at the end of today's meeting for motions and debate and feedback and direction that the board would like to provide going forward. So we would ask that your motions are presented in a way that clearly asks staff for us to go review, analyze, and bring back options. Given that we're in the committee of the whole, we are attempting to keep the voting to a simple majority to give direction to staff, fully knowing that provisional budget and final budget will be a weighted vote in December and again in March. So over the next 5 weeks, we're going to be CFO Fox and her team and all of us, we're really busy taking the feedback from today and building out that provisional budget. And we really look forward to your questions, feedback, and guidance as we get the day started. So with that, I will pass it over to Ms. Fox to start the show.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, board. It's actually hard to believe that we're already back to this time of year again. When we started working with staff in late August and early September, it just seemed like we had just finished working on all of these numbers and finalizing the finances. So as CFO, it's my privilege to open today's budget workshop and present the first draft of our 5-year financial plan. This session, as Scott said, is a first discussion, and I believe a cornerstone in our annual planning cycle, which provides us with the opportunity to align our financial direction, review our current status, and collectively address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for the TNRD. I see this as one of the most important discussions that I think we have with the board. I am a little biased because budget time is like Christmas time in my world, but I know it's not for all of you. Today's workshop is designed to foster transparency, shared understanding, and strategic dialogue. Each general manager will present a SWOT analysis, highlight strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats within their department and service areas. These presentations will help us appreciate the accomplishments and challenges across the organization. I know in meeting with some of the EA directors prior to this meeting, one of the comments that was made, I think by Director Smith, not to point out any names, but he was really looking forward to the SWOT presentation part of this day. And I kindly said, but what about the afternoon, all the budget numbers? And he graciously said that was important as well. So thank you. We will follow that, of course, with the financial presentation. This being, I think, the 4th year that I'm coming to be able to present this to you. And what I've tried to do is separate the financials up in a bit of a different way. So we're really focused on the operations and where the numbers are lying right now to deliver the services status quo. The second piece that we'll get into looking at the capital, reviewing the numbers here, but we're really not going to get into tax implications today. Number one, BC assessment numbers are the old numbers from last year. They don't give us new numbers until December. When we come together again with provisional, after we've implemented some of the direction from the board today, I think we'll have a better, more meaningful discussion around the tax implications. However, the numbers are there for you to look through. At the end of the tax implication attachment, we've actually put a section in there on the current state of your assessments and how your classes are broken up. And we've not actually provided that before. And we thought that would be a helpful bit of information as we have the looming pipeline discussion assessments going on at the same time. So we're going to focus more on the current operations today. Staff will be looking at the end. We'll be stopping and looking for specific direction on service level changes that the board would like to see staff bring back information. And I will not repeat what Mr. Hildebrandt has already told you. We do bring that provisional budget back to the board before December 31st. So we will have a fulsome discussion about that at that time. I look forward today to a productive discussion and working together to ensure the continued financial health and service excellence that we provide at the TNRD. So with that, I think we're going to start our presentation, and I will turn it over to Amanda.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us. So we're going to start our SWOT presentations, and the first department we'll look at is going to be shared between Scott and I for administration. So we'll chat about the CAO's office and our corporate services department, which includes ledge services, communications, technology, GIS, HR, and payroll. When we think about our strengths as a department, it's fitting that I get to talk about our people, but I think you'll see some common themes throughout the day. Our people here at the TNRD are definitely a strength. Every one of us is committed and caring and brings energy every day to make the TNRD provide the best services that we can. Not only are we creating a culture that's committed and caring, all of these people are experts in their fields and areas of expertise. We're providing knowledge and service to the communities that's above and beyond, and we're mentoring each other in a way to make sure that knowledge is shared and transferred between all of our teams and our staff. Another strength that we want to highlight for you guys is that we're connected with our community needs. So we're proud of the relationships that we have with all of you as board members and the EA directors in terms of being able to be aware of the needs of your communities and what is going on. We continue to try and make strides in our communication efforts to learn about what is happening in communities and share information about what we are doing as a regional district. We continue to manage well with limited expenditure increases, which shows some strength and resilience and level of efficiencies. As you'll hear throughout today's presentations, we have very limited growth in expenditures, yet we continue to excel at providing the services we're mandated to do. And in that excelling of work, we've even received recognition for work well done. This last year, we received an Innovative Idea Award from the GFOA, so the Government Financial Officers Association of BC, for our GIS services agreement to help serve and provide GIS services with our member municipalities. We also work well with different levels of government, including First Nations, and continue to expand upon our advocacy with Mr. Kelly and his work here. When we think about some of the challenges that we face, technology stands out as our most significant challenge, I think, especially when we look at our administrative and support services departments. We are using technology that is outdated and inefficient. It's a challenge because replacing it is costly, not only to replace the existing technology apps that we have, but also to replace the infrastructure and supporting software to bring in new technology. So that creates a challenge for our team in terms of capacity and resources in terms of cost. The economy is a challenge. We face rising inflation. There are cost increases. We really wanted to highlight cost increases beyond our control, such as cyber insurance cost, insurance, physical insurance costs. These are not costs that we have a lot of options in reviewing or finding alternatives. They're just increased costs beyond our control. Another cost that we need to evaluate is labor. We're in a market lately where there is some labor unrest. We do see some trends towards things starting to settle, but we've had our provincial government, Canada Post, larger areas with unrest in that labor lens. We are moving into bargaining with both of our bargaining units in 2026 as both the QP and BCGEU collective agreements expire December 31st. As a local government, we have limited options for revenues. It's taxation, fees, grants. There's not a large selection there of pools. And with all of this, another challenge that we face is increasing expectations. So we have increasing expectations from the public in the terms of the services we provide and the availability that we offer. Those increased expectations from the public are reflected in the expectations that you bring us as the board. We also face increased work. I'm going to call it expectations for trying to make this slide shorter, but downloading from the provincial government in terms of increased compliance and work to be done there. There's increased expectations. And we continue to do more work with little resources. So in terms, I'm thinking of Mr. Kelly's advocacy work, that scope of work is expanding rapidly in terms of what are the projects and work that we're advocating for continues to expand, yet our resources remain unchanged. So a huge challenge for us in that sense. I'll pass it over to CAO Hildebrand to finish talking about these departments.
Thank you, Amanda. And so moving on to threats, and I know we, when you say SWOT, threats should be threats, opportunities. We change it up to make sure that opportunities go at the end, so that it ends on a good note. So I'm going to start with threats. But legislation is basically why we are here and what we need to follow. There's not something that can be negotiated. So compliance is extremely important. We have rules and standards and regulations. We have to be transparent. We have to follow policy, and we pride ourselves in ensuring that we are compliant. And there's just a lot of external factors right now that are impacting us. So if I start with economic uncertainty, I think everybody knows this continues to be a challenge globally and locally. No matter what you look at with contracts or renewing anything personally or within the organization, it's just this sticker shock of constant increases. And for whatever reason, it seems like it's even more exacerbated with local government and some of the work that we do. The political climate, not only TNRD is its budget day today, but the federal budget yesterday shocked me with some of the debt that we're taking on. The only good news that I got out of that would be that they're going to spend, I think, upwards of $140 billion on infrastructure, which I'm hoping we get our fair share, and we can start maybe actually offsetting some of the costs that we have in from our reserves with more grants. But I mean, the funny part is provincially and federally, this might even trigger an election. We don't have any of those options. We can't run deficits. We have to do things much differently. When you think about provincial funding and grants, I kind of mentioned it. I'm hoping that we get something coming out of the federal and provincial budgets, because we certainly have a long list of capital items and needs when it comes to our infrastructure and services. And then lastly, I want to talk about natural disasters. And I don't think I need to say much about this, but if you can imagine that train derailment was in the 9th inning of the World Series, and we jumped to and made sure that we jumped on top of that. But it's a continued challenge to balance executing your strategic plan, our day-to-day operations, when there's hours and EOC up and running. We have the amount of staff working right now on that train derailment is significant, and everything else stops. And it's the right thing to do. Don't get me wrong. We have to do that because we need to do that for our region and our residents, but it's certainly a challenge, and we'll continue to do that. And then just the ongoing trust and mistrust in local government and government in general. It's beginning to become more and more of a challenge. As technology and things come on, we have to make sure we're doing our due diligence. And then finally, just opportunities. We talked a bit about this. Amanda mentioned software upgrades. We do have an approved ERP system that you'll be seeing kind of what that looks like here in December. Both finance and HR system implementation and support is on its way, and we're quite excited about that. Shared services continue to be a huge opportunity and something that we need to find more time to explore. Recently, I had a regional CAO meeting with all the CAOs from the TNRD, and I know that the CAOs are very interested in this one. And we need to find ways to work more together. And I know we're all separate entities and organizations, but we need to come together to figure out how we can do things more efficiently. We're already doing well with GIS and HR. We're doing some contracts with HR support, and IT is next, and then maybe even financial services. MOUs and strengthening partnerships with First Nations has been very successful. I wish we could move it faster, but that's not something you can move fast. It all kind of is embedded in trust and relationships. We've got 3 complete. We have 1 pending, and there's many more that are in the works right now. And then when I think of advocacy, I think we've really raised the bar. Like, I continue to get feedback from other CAOs about what we're doing and how we're doing it, because we are getting in front of our ministries and ministers, both staff and ministers, and making a difference. And we're not seeing necessarily the results, but I think that'll come with more and more communication. So I guess my final comment is I think we need to do more together. And it probably, the nice part with regional districts, I had a student come in and interview me yesterday for a master's program that they wanted to know how regional districts interact with municipalities and how we can collaborate and work more. So it's not just me and us that are thinking about it, but there's lots of people thinking about this. And I think we have lots of opportunity to work together. And I think that needs to be part of our strategic plan going forward. And that needs to be maybe the first lens we look through. So I will leave it at that and pass it on to finance.
Good morning. Thank you, Scott. Under finance, there is also capital project management, there's facilities and grants management as well under there. As I heard Amanda talking and going through hers, it just warmed my heart to hear her talk so much about the financial implications and the economy. And I think we've come such a long way as a team. I think one day I'll get her even excited to see some of my Excel spreadsheets. Hey, Amanda. So some of the strengths that we've had just in trying to improve here in the finance department and as an organization are we have had some attention and we've got some awards for our budget documentation, how that's communicated out to the public. We also were recognized for the GIS shared service system. So I think that's really great. It boosts the morale as a team, and it's good to get out into our neighbors and kind of shine where maybe in the past we didn't feel that way. We also, to repeat what my colleagues have said, the ERP implementation is such a huge opportunity, and it was a big undertaking for us to just get to this stage. We have created with the board a reserve and surplus policy, so I think that's a really good strength for us. We have enhanced budget variance tool within the organization that's really helping our budget managers, we call them budget warriors, to make good informed decisions. We have a large shift of payments from checks to electronic funds, which surprisingly in rural areas is a lot harder to do than in municipal cities and areas. Organization-wide project implementation strategy. So if you can imagine, each of us have many, many projects going on in training, and we really are working to coordinate that so we're not overwhelming and burning out staff and doing that in a thoughtful way. We have been successful in grant applications this year. Last year, we had a couple extra ones. We were about $4 million. This year, we have just under $1 million received in grant applications approved this year. On top of that, we get the Community Works, or formerly known as Gas Tax Fund. Austin will give me trouble for saying gas tax. We don't say that anymore. And that's about $1.1 million towards our infrastructure. And we still have 5 grant applications on the books. We also have applied this year for almost $9 million worth of grants that we haven't heard back from. So knowing that that's such a big part of our revenue and support of our capital infrastructure system. And well, I can't read what I put over there. My eyes are blurry. What does it actually say? The last one. Thank you. Didn't bring my glasses today, sorry. So yes, the successful planning of the regional capital projects. Thank you. As I squint and try to read it. Some of the areas of improvements for us is the numerous competing process improvement requirements. So coming in here a few years ago now, we had quite a list of things. It seemed overwhelming at the time, and I'm really proud to say that we just keep knocking off more and more process improvements every year. That's allowing us to operate just more effectively and efficiently. We have required additional reserves across the organization. So financially for me, it's been quite a challenge this year to try and meet our reserve policy, which we are not, and then bring that in at a time where tax rates and cost increases keep putting that pressure on us, and then to come and try and ask the board to invest more into the needed reserves to support capital. The ERP system was delayed. It took a long time. We had 10 proponents It was a lot of work to sift through and do our due diligence to pick the right one, and also to think about the opportunity of shared services and what that kind of factors into that decision. The capital grants and finance structure being reviewed. So just looking at the structure of the department and are we operating as efficiently as we can be? Our ongoing threats or ongoing concerns, really, I think about it externally a little bit to our customer service and making sure that we're able to deliver the financial systems software in a way that is benefiting our customers internally and externally, maintaining our service levels with the rising costs of others have said, increasing inflation in things like property insurance and different costs outside of our control. The system integration across the organization, you can imagine year over year, and we have 122 services. We have a large number of different systems that deliver support to our services, and implementing a new ERP and trying to integrate all those systems is quite a large undertaking. I won't repeat the ensuring reserve funds. I think you get the picture there. The election year does create fear in supporting rising costs. There's just a fear across the organization or with the board in preparation for those elections coming up. And that's just something real to every organization that goes, local government that goes through this type of process. And there's large amounts of capital projects that are reliant on grant funds and trying to ensure that we're able to capture all those opportunities. So to end on our opportunities, there is ongoing increased system and process improvements. The collaboration with the organization for increased efficiencies. We collaborate and don't work in the same way that we did in the past. There's much more collaboration going on between departments, and you'll see that even today in the presentations that we bring to you. There's improved customer service internally and externally, and that shared service opportunity. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to that one. I'm very passionate about the shared services model and the potential that I see that can bring, because I don't have the ability to influence the services as much as maybe some of the general managers in finding those efficiencies. But when I think about what the TNRD can do to kind of combat the ongoing increases that we're feeling, is to try and do things more efficiently, more effectively internally, so we can deliver more, and we're seeing some of that. So that's important. I'll just end on, we've all really put a lot of hard work across the organization to working together. We're also constituents and taxpayers and members of the communities. And we really want, sometimes it's hard to see we're here doing the work and maybe we're not connected to how people are feeling. And I just want to let you know that as a person within the community and seeing everything that's going on, making sure that the board's aware when we get BC assessment information about pipelines, and giving you that information ahead of time is really something that we're proud of. And also the process that we do with budgeting with the board by bringing this information to you so early on is actually very unique and something that I'm proud of that we're able to do. And that has a lot to do with the board's ability to see the potential and the benefit of having these early conversations. So thank you, and I'm going to pass it over to the Film Commission. Alex?
I'm not on. Morning, everyone. Here we go. So the strengths of the Film Commission, the investment of funds from the TNRD and the province is well tracked, and we provide you with data annually on the return of investment. Approximately $480,000 of expenses for our operations bring in approximately $24 million worth of economic revenue into the Thompson-Nicola region. About a third of our operating budget is provided by grants as well. The Film Commission projects benefit other departments. So for example, we have our online digital library, which we provide to all of the departments to be able to utilize. We provide them to all of the municipalities, nonprofits, First Nations groups. So all of the imagery that we capture throughout the year also benefits other departments throughout the TNRD. We are on target with the milestones that we have laid out within the 3-year strategic plan. And in fact, we're advanced in many of the milestones. We have success with leveraging funds through various grants, and the province has increased levels of regional distant tax credits for filming in the Thompson-Nicola. So they definitely find the value of film industry within the interior of British Columbia. Some of our weaknesses include that there are not a lot of established infrastructure, for example, the studios, to support a big boom in growth. We have a very small team, so it's challenging to share a workload when any of us take a vacation or sick time. So some of our threats include maintaining the service levels that we offer with the rising costs, for example, cost of travel, cost of contractors. Cost to provide excellent services increases, and our demands are increasing at the same time. We're facing increased inflation, as everybody is, and we have a reduced contingency fund surplus to draw on for ongoing costs. So our increase goes up because of that. Some of our opportunities include marketing opportunities that are brand new that are coming our way. So for example, we've brought in our film industry networking event monthly, as well as our annual Learn About Film partnership with the Kamloops Film Society. And we are always pursuing other grants to leverage the funds that we are given. So these are our SWATs. On to the library.
Just before Julie starts, is there any questions at all so far that anyone may have?
Anyone have any general questions so far on any of the presentations? Director Morris.
Hit the correct button, Lee. There we go. Just a very general question. In the scope of the time that obviously you've had here with us, where is the landscape right now in terms of opportunities? Have we seen any declines in terms of our role or our shift in terms of where we are? And that would probably be the primary one vis-a-vis the Film Commission that I wanted to get a sense of. Knowing that it's up and down like a yo-yo, I understand that. So where's that median look like it's going for us?
I would say that our trajectory is up. We had a very slow last couple of years, whereas this year we have definitely had an increase of productions coming into the area. The last 2 weeks of October, we had 6 productions coming into the TNRD. And I would also say that next year is also looking incredibly bright. So we did have a decline, which was, I believe, in direct correlation with the 2023 strikes. But I believe that we are definitely looking forward to some bigger projects coming our way. Thank you.
Director Sarai.
Yeah, just quick question to you. Thank you, Terry, for that presentation. When you talked about reduced funding, I'm getting educated on this as well. Do you get funding from just TNRD Film Commission, or is every director here, including the city, put into that fund? Because you promote all our area.
Correct. Yes, we get funding throughout all of the region, and every municipality puts forward funds as well.
Director Laird.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question around, we watch Mr. Trump all the time, unfortunately, but has been making tariff threats, I guess you would call them, against the film industry and putting 100% tariff on any films. I was wondering if that's affecting us at all.
In some ways, yes, but without any information on how he intends to roll it out, there's really nothing that's been holding us back. But I do believe that investments into production has been maybe paused in some regards. However, I wouldn't say that things that were already in motion have stopped.
Anyone else have any questions or comments so far? All right, moving along to the library service.
Good morning, everyone. And just a reminder, I'm very new. Today is day 1 of 6 weeks with the TNRD. So I just want to give a thank you to our very strong library management team who helped put our SWAT together with me. You're going to hear an echo of a lot of the things that people have been saying already about what's going on in our environment as well. And when I talk about our strengths and accomplishments, I can definitely say that one of the draws that brought me here to the TNRD Library Service was the work of our passionate and committed staff. You know, they focus on strategic service adaptation. There are always challenges to the environment that we're in. Successes like the tiny library, growth in areas of the mobile library service, and a really committed team that wants to optimize for the future under the TNRD strategic goals is things that come to mind for me. I've seen the volume of programming that our branches put on in your communities to connect, engage, inform, and create literate environments. We've got about 23,000 attendees annually in our programs. This year, we've scheduled 2,500 programs across your communities. We're bringing together seniors, children, adolescents. And when I walk through the library every day, the things that I see are people gathering. You know, there isn't a seat at 4:30 when I come out of that second floor out of my office. So these are just trends that we're seeing in our environment. You know, there are always threats to the library world, but, you know, the usage is still there. Lifelong learning as well as one of our elements, 4,500 licensed learning modules taken by our patrons in our communities this year. Connecting our community through safe and welcoming spaces. You know, we talk about our capital projects, and we definitely have a lot on the slate in the next few years for the library. Some of our strengths this year with getting through the Clearwater renovation and having our directors, you know, Sal Blackwell, speak very passionately about the impact of library services in that community was pretty impactful for us. We also have to be mindful of incident and safety, and we do have our excellent CSO system in place, and we've been working on making reporting of our incidents easier so that we can manage and improve our staff's ability to deal with those rising issues. And we've actually seen an increase of 19% people entering all of our facilities, so we're close to the 400,000 mark annually. Advancing digital access and accessibility to information resources. This is kind of our bread and butter service of libraries. You know, we do provide information and knowledge resources. We do it 24/7 anywhere. Our digital library is incredible. We have a mobile app now. I use my library card in my smart wallet to check out my materials on a self-checkout machine. You know, we have a lot of services enablement for people with different needs and different abilities in our environment. We've updated our catalog. We're trying to improve access and use, and we've seen obviously year-over-year growth in our digital resources. So 19% in our audiobook and ebook overdrive collection in just 1 year. And we're continuing to work on our accessibility commitment to the TNRD accessibility plan. We do have a home service program. It's a strength. It always has been for patrons with inability to either get to the facility or to read regular print materials. We'd like to expand that program. So we're actually connecting directly with patrons on that service to get feedback. We're trying to enable them with family supports. And then we're trying to look at how we increase accessibility across all of our service areas in new and unique ways to meet different demands as our population changes. The weaknesses and challenges that we face, I don't think any of these will be a surprise. We did have some one-time funding last year that helped us out, and we don't have that this year. So that is a change on our bottom line. We have capital reserves set aside for some in-concept projects for new branches and facility refreshes. We do have to keep up our facilities, and we do have to create opportunity for library experience where there is demand. So we do have to spread our capital reserve further. The mobile library, a very beloved service. We had 27 days off the road in 2025 already, and we're not at the end of the year. And that's due to, you know, we're on the road most days of the week. We're serving a lot of communities. We have 30 stops. However, we have breakdowns and repairs, and the costs of that are not going down. I don't know if you've taken your vehicle in lately, but this is not unknown to anybody that this costs money. Staffing, we are working really hard on ensuring we have the right staff in the right places at the right time. Our casual hours are challenging at times and our part-time hours are challenging at times. We have to replace people when there's illness, leave, sickness. We have a changing staffing demographic. They're incredibly committed. However, we can't change the fact that, you know, even our own staffing demographics are changing as well. So we're trying to increase visibility. The digital library, just hearkening back to a few of the presentations, we do have some cybersecurity compliance work we have to do. We do deal with personal information in our systems, and so that is critical. We've been seeing some cost increases there. Service delivery, we really are hoping to balance strategic planning. Some of the work coming out of the end of 2025 at looking at our data into 2026 to ensure operational sustainment aligned to all of your community's goals. So what is it that you need out in your communities to be successful in the environment we're working in around livability, economic resilience, et cetera. And just, we do have low per capita funding. We do a lot with about 20% less than other BC libraries. And again, just to say like that, we've talked about this, is this a strength or is this a weakness? You know, are we doing a lot and optimizing and being efficient, or are we, you know, do we need to really carefully consider what we offer? Some of the usual threats are, you've heard already, funding and general economic uncertainty, you know, where we used to be able to get federal grants really easy to advance workplace skills and abilities amongst students in our communities. We're not able to get those as easily as in the past. There's a lot of competition. The provincial library funding, we did get our one-time grant a few years ago. However, that's been stagnant for 10 years. If you are following the media, you can actually see what's going on around advocacy for that in British Columbia around the provincial conversation. There's a higher cost of living. I've just moved to this area. It's a high cost of living area. I'm experiencing that in my own housing. So I do know that this impacts our customers. We are likely to see service demands increase, you know, back to the narrative of walking out of my office every day. I don't think I've come downstairs one day in the last 3 days and not seen one of our staff supporting one of our older adults in navigating information resources, including talking about where to get help in our community for services. So these are very real service demands happening in front of us every day. We have higher costs, so more capital projects, more infrastructure costs, and our digital resources continuously are one of our most costly ventures we provide. There are long wait times for that as well. Information, media, and community changes. This is not a secret. Gen AI is a threat to a lot of different things. We're experiencing it across the TNRD in different departments. And it's no different in the library world where people are choosing, you know, they used to say if you, if your mother says she loves you, get independent verification. You know, that is something that libraries can help you with. But all of this change in information and information literacy is something that is a threat to us. Intellectual freedom challenges and safety challenges in our branch. And finally, to end on a positive note, libraries are endless opportunities for supporting their community. We are actually a part of the TNRD that probably can look to funding and donations as an opportunity. We do have funding coming. You know, we've been talking, we talked to Diane yesterday about Lytton. That building is going forward. There's a bequeath for renovations in North Kamloops. One of the challenges in North Kamloops is the cost of the renovations for next year. We've had to put some things on hold, so some of that will be supportive. And grant funding for accessibility improvements. So for example, a book drop in Chase. Partnerships and growing communities. We are definitely seeing, starting those conversations with the City of Kamloops around the Dufferin Multiplex. And we have been asked to explore a partnership with the BC Wildlife Park, just going back to our East Kamloops Mobile Library stop being 17% of all circulation in that area. It's just 3 stops out in that area. So there's some interest there to talk about what a small footprint might look like, or just some kind of service delivery regularly. And innovation and community connections, again, back to our information and digital literacy expertise. We'd like to really explore that as a leadership team and build that capacity throughout the library and kind of revisit that as a strength. The creative digital economy and information domains are things that we have not explored in our libraries. How do we support this younger generation coming up in these unusual economic times where the kind of work we do, where we come to the office every day, maybe isn't on their horizon? How do we give them skills and provide them with that opportunity? And then, of course, our changing demographics, which I've already discussed. And just to end on a really positive note, under our economic resilience banner, libraries do generally, when we do return on investment studies, well-designed economic studies bring about $6 to $9 into every community where you place a library. There's an economic impact. So I just thought I would end on that note.
Thank you. Regarding AI, yesterday in my other capacity, a news release from Burnaby RCMP crossed my desk warning people to beware of generative AI because people were using it to find the non-emergency number for Burnaby RCMP and it was giving them wrong numbers, plural. So very simple request, what's the non-emergency number for Burnaby RCMP? And AI was throwing up the wrong answer. So we do have to be very careful. And would you be able to just elaborate on, you mentioned under the mobile library service drift
Oh, mission drift?
or mission drift? I'm wondering if you
Yeah.
could just elaborate on what that is.
Yeah, we've just been talking about that in our library management team. About 10 years ago, when they were looking at getting the new vehicle, the vehicle was designed to provide, like we've got Starlink in the vehicle, not only to help us check materials out and use our digital library, but to offer tech programs, to help people to do things online, like in a small community, if you've got that information need for service, we do spend a lot of time helping people, for example, with government forms, navigating, government websites, things like that. So but what's happened is because we have 30 stops and we're on the road all the time and we're doing a lot of holds, we have just become a circulation vehicle where there is nothing wrong with that. That is actually one of our core missions, is to put information and knowledge into the hands of our communities for a lot of different benefits. However, we are not offering programs. We are not offering the technology benefit that the vehicle was intended for. So we've got this large vehicle running around the community that's maybe not as nimble as it could be if we are just going to deliver books. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Director Onslow?
Thank you for that. Thanks for the presentation. Yesterday, Director Sao had posted something on social media that drew my attention to the cost of running digital libraries, and that the licensing agreements are going to be renewed maybe biannually. So if we as the TNRD were to be purchasing a new book for Libby app, then in 2 years we wouldn't actually own it, and that the cost of digital is actually 3 times more than having an actual book. Does that ring any threatening bells as we seem to be getting more and more digital?
Different collection, and the cost impact is significant to the ability for users to access a copy. So I'll let Jenny talk to that a little bit.
I think you've said it mostly, Julie. Yeah, and as Julie mentioned, our use of Libby by our patrons has gone up 19% in the last year. So we know it is growing. And it's true that they are, to purchase an ebook or an e-audiobook is much more expensive than it is to purchase a paperback. However, you're not dealing with it in the same way. You're not having to, MAC-tack the book and put labels and stickers on it. You're not having to handle it in the same way. So I think some of the cost goes down that way. But it is certainly a threat for us as we move forward with those licensing models.
Okay, I've got Director Sao and then Director O'Toole.
Thank you, Chair. Related to that point, do you see like any corresponding trends as digital increases? Do you see like a less physical visits to libraries, or is there no correspondence, both is going up at the same time? Thank you.
I actually think that's a really interesting question, and that is something that we're exploring. And I think you'll see throughout the presentation that I gave that there's these domains that the library occupies in the community in terms of information use, community building, community hubs, allowing space for free dialogue and intellectual freedom. And, of course, that's the underpinning of us. But I do think there are opportunities to look at how we serve and how we balance those needs across the organization a little bit differently. I don't have the answers for that for you today, but it's certainly something we've been looking at.
Director O'Toole?
Thank you, Chair. And Julie, thank you for your presentation. And this is probably maybe going down a bit of a rabbit hole conversation for later, but you talked about the advocacy piece and what's happening in the background, kind of on a more global scale. And your predecessor had talked about the lack of kind of ongoing funding and the one-time funding around COVID. It feels to me in government, we have so many kind of day-to-day things around water, sewer, all these infrastructure things that quite often areas like the library are kind of like, you know, the cousin down the line. Is there a path forward? And this is just kind of a planting of a seed where some elected officials can be part of an advocacy group to kind of raise the profile of that larger funding model around the province. Because it's my feeling, and I gave a talk yesterday at our own council meeting around, we're seeing this societal shift away from respectful, healthy discourse. And I think it's not scientific, but I truly believe there's a correlation to not funding people's access to reading. And as society becomes less well-read, we're seeing that lack of respectful and healthy discourse. So it seems to me that it's a more important issue than we realize it to be in the grand scheme of things. And it can't be something we impact tomorrow, but maybe looking 5 and 10 years down the road.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I know advocacy came up in a couple of the earlier slides. Again, 6 weeks in, not 100% sure about what advocacy would look like on that front, but I think that's something we should take back and have a conversation about. And I just want to echo your comment about it's not the lack of information that's a problem anymore. We used to think that if we didn't have the information that people would be uninformed, but you know, my librarians can tell you, and this is what they train for, that it's about the quality, it's about spotting the things that Chair Roden brought up about the AI. It's some of the things my colleagues, Alex and his department, have dealt with, you know, how their team has to manage that. And I think the strength is in that fundamental capacity that librarians provide in the community. And we are taking actually a serious dig into that with our service model for future years. I think it's why it's on our slides. So, yeah.
Director Grenier?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation and welcome. This is an issue, this is a meeting about budget, and I read your first section about bequeathment and funding opportunities. And I think that there may be a real opportunity to pursue the aging baby boom generation. It's the largest age cohort that's going into its retirement years and subsequent eternity. And I think when I think of hospitals and I think about universities, if we raise the profile of the TNRD library system and positioned it as a legacy that people can participate in with an actual presentation, perhaps. I don't know if we have one now, but I think that that's a real opportunity. So we're not reliant on grants and we're not as reliant on taxation, but perhaps if we can build up a legacy funding and bequeathment program, that might be a real opportunity for us in the next 5-10 years. Is there any thoughts about that? And could you maybe just give us an update if we have a package that we hand people or could hand people if they wanted to donate?
Yeah, it's actually a conversation that finance brought to me recently about how we manage our Friends of the Library, for example, donations. Again, I'm going to default to the first day of the 6 weeks. I come from a different library environment where we are kind of more standalone, and that kind of fundraising and marketing and that kind of thing is quite different. So I think it's definitely a conversation we should have. I do have a fun fact. I was a marketing and communication manager for Vancouver Island Regional Library. I did do fundraising. I do have training in gift planning. So I do think there are opportunities for us absolutely to raise that profile. But again, I would defer to the TNRD expertise on this and how we move that forward. Again, just being new, but you're not saying anything that we don't think about or haven't heard. So, yeah.
Director Houghton?
I'll make this short and sweet. I know this is to do with dollars and cents and budgets, but first of all, welcome, Julie, to council. Enjoy your stay, and thank you for your presentation. I probably, until I joined the TNRD, hadn't been in a library since grade 7 at Lloyd George School. And Director Grenier asked me one day, he says, Doug, do you want to tour the North Shore Library with me? Gee, I don't know. Sure. So we did that. And then since then, I went to the Ashcroft reopening, and then on our road trips, I believe we went to Clearwater and Merritt. It gives a 68-year-old a different impression of what are really what's really inside of a library. And when you walk through these doors every day, it's more than a library. It's more than books. When people my age probably thinks that's all a library is, and I think when we go to taxation, I look at my list here, $14.35, you know, quitted to the library system. Maybe if we I've always said it doesn't hurt to rebrand sometimes and to get acceptance from the public. We did that in the cattle industry with the Angus breed, and they just took over the beef industry. And I would like to see maybe to get a better acceptance from us older population on spending money on libraries and adding it to your taxes. If we just add to the name of a library and learning center, because I think a library today is more than books. It's a learning center, it's a gathering point, and to get, you know, what we're going to do in Dufferin and what happens in all these other ones, it's a gathering center. And I think maybe it's time to rebrand to get acceptance from the public. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
CEO Hildebrand?
Thank you, Chair Roden. Just on the questions and the comments that have been coming forward, that's something that we hear you. Give us a chance to kind of digest that, but it's things that we're already talking about. And so I'm glad the board seems to be kind of aligned with that, because we are going to take that a little bit further and see what we can do. But I appreciate the comments.
And regarding the electronic digital library, I mean, much of I've read around library studies that much of the value of libraries is called preventative. It's preventing things or helping people to get information that will prevent them perhaps making poor life choices later on. And I think in order to do that, I mean, the baby boomers and the Gen X, you know, we remember libraries, we used libraries. Maybe we're the last generations that are going to be able to say that libraries, like actually physically visiting a library, was a key part of our life. Although I do see young families using the Ashcroft Library. But I think if we want to be that preventative force, we need to meet people where they are. And increasingly, especially with young people and with our seniors, many of whom are housebound and can't easily get out and about, that is online. That is where they are. And I think that we certainly need to look at what these digital services are costing us, but I think we need to realize how important they are, especially in rural areas where we have, you know, despite our best efforts, libraries that aren't open a lot. And my mom can read 6 to 8 books in a week. So that's a lot of books for her to physically carry home. So if you don't have that limitation, which you don't online, you can read to your heart's content. So just throwing that out there. And I say this as someone who has about 6,000 physical books in her home. I do appreciate the value of physical books, but more and more people are appreciating the value of digital books and digital resources. And I'm just so proud that the TNRL offers such a wide suite of things, whether it's books or movies or TV shows or things for children. I think it really serves our rural population very well. Any other questions or comments? And not to downplay any of the other presentations, but Julie, awesome presentation considering you've been here for how many weeks you've been in the role? 5. So thank you for that. Thank you to everyone so far for the awesome presentations. And on we go. Unless we're going to take a short break. I don't know what anyone wants to do. Okay, keep going.
Good morning, everyone. I will walk you through the next 5 slides talking about development services. Development services comprises 2 budgets, if you will. One for building inspection services, sometimes referred to as building standards, and one for planning services, or planning and zoning. And I'll kind of walk through each or talk about each interchangeably as we go through our strengths. In terms of planning, we have 2 official community plan projects well underway. One new plan for the area L and P, and one for areas M and N. And those are coming along nicely. We're hoping to bring those forward to the board for first reading early in the new year. We do have some provincial funding for that, which has been a benefit so that the cost of that project is not borne directly by TNRD residents. And that work and the work we do every day, bringing applications to board agendas for both planning, as well as the work that our building inspectors do, processing building permit applications, wouldn't get done without the great staff that we have. We're not necessarily the most popular department. We are regulatory, but our staff try their best. They truly care about what they do, and I'm very proud of the work that they do. One positive from last year's budget is that we do have revenue that is higher in building services than what we had in 2024. We're actually going to exceed slightly our projected permit revenues. You may recall from last year, I talked about my crystal ball, and we use that to predict our revenues. And this year, it worked out quite accurately. We do have fewer number of permits. You may see that in our monthly stats. So fewer total number of permits, but higher construction value. And it's really the construction value that drives the permit revenue that we get. So fewer permits, but more revenue. So you can imagine $1 million home generates more revenue than a $500,000 home, more than a sun deck. So overall construction value is up, and that's what has pushed our projections slightly higher this year. And we've had a number of larger projects which have pushed that up. I think it's important to note as well that we do have revenues through shared service contracts. And for 2025 in building inspection, we did increase the fee by 25% for those municipalities that are participating. And we also retain permit revenues in those municipalities. And they had some larger projects, which again pushed up our revenues. So there's an example of where we work with municipalities, we provide that service, and that revenue that we get helps offset the cost to the electoral areas that we're serving. And for this year and in 2026, we're also doing some work assisting the village of Lytton. And again, shows that cooperation and work we do with our municipalities and generating income to support the work in the EAs. We do have a reserve in building inspection services, which we continue to utilize to offset any sharp tax increases. So for 2025, we're proposing $565,000 transfer from reserve to operating. And the 5-year plan continues to show a drawdown of that reserve. My caution is that unless we see more revenues in the next 5 years, we will be depleting that reserve. And so I think there's some concern that it's not sustainable to support a service by using reserves. Overall, this year we have a surplus. We will have a surplus in both planning and building, but with the tightening of the budget, we are going to see less surplus. And on another positive, our expenses are essentially flat for 2026. In terms of weaknesses, here's my crystal ball again making an appearance. It's hard to budget for uncertain revenues. Earlier this year, the board approved increasing our planning application fees the first time in about 2 decades. And I think that was a positive. We had so far slightly fewer building permit or planning applications, I should say, this year. And so even though the fees increased, the revenue is pretty much flat for planning applications. Building revenues fluctuate based on the economy, interest rates. It's hard to predict. I know interest rates have gone down. The concern now is, are they going down because we're entering a recession? These are all uncertainties that we try to budget for, but that we can't predict. So this time next year, I might be presenting here talking about a stellar year and how we exceeded our projections, or that we're having to use more reserves. So the story can change year by year depending on outside forces that we can't control. The other factor is the cost of delivering our service. Labor costs are going up, legal fees, legal costs are rising. And we have to cover a very large geographic area. That's just a fact. So those costs are going up, but expectations are also rising. So our clients, our residents expect building permits to be issued quickly. They expect planning applications to be processed quickly. there's a large demand now for e-permitting, the ability to make online applications, online submissions. We don't currently have that ability. So that's something we hear both from members of the general public, but also the building community. Many municipalities are moving that direction. We have not yet, and so we're hearing that demand is a bit of a weakness. So we need a form of digitization or modernization. And our current processing software internally was from 2009, so it is dated, it works, but we're getting that pressure. In terms of threats, economic uncertainty, like I mentioned, what will permit applications be next year? Not only how many, but what will the value be of those? It's really uncertain right now. There's many variables. As I said, interest rates have dropped. That's great, but are we entering into a recession? Reduced revenue. I wanted to bring this up. It's something that a few directors have mentioned to me. You notice that we recommend 2 to 3 notices on title every board meeting. And a question that's come up is, what kind of revenue is that? Are we losing there? And it's hard to put a number on because not every notice on title recommendation started without a permit. Sometimes it starts with a permit, but they don't complete. But we did a little bit of work just looking at last year and the year before. And in some years, we're looking close to $30,000 in revenue loss in terms of the known construction without permit. It would be far greater with the unknown permits or unknown construction that's occurring. And as I've warned before, the building code keeps getting more complicated. Agricultural land reserve regulations and other provincial regulations are increasing, and I fear it is driving more people underground. And so we as staff face a lot of work dealing with what I'll call a rising anti-regulation sentiment, where we're chasing enforcement, and that's costing us money, costing expense, but not creating or generating revenue. But it's still work that we're having to do, but it eventually shows up in the spreadsheet. And just the time and expense dealing with that. On a more positive though, to conclude, I think we can continue to do in-house planning projects, keep our consulting fees down. I think that's a positive. Staff enjoy the work. And so we'll continue to do that. E-permitting, I mentioned, is a weakness. I do believe it's an opportunity. I know there's a cost involved, but there's growing demand for it and we're not going to be able to avoid it. I recognize that, in a rural area, I don't think we should go all digital. People should still have the ability to apply on paper. We will continue to offer that. And we have started in the budget looking 2027 onward to start putting some money towards being able to do some modernization and digitization of our systems. We'll also look for some grant funding to help with that. Something I reflected on recently was the province expects us to enforce the building code, and yet there's very few grants to actually support that service that we're required to provide. So there isn't much out there, but we will look wherever we can. And basically, the e-permitting digital improvements, I think, will really help with transparency as well. People can track where their application is. It's just the sign of the times, and I think we need to catch up on that. Finally, I wanted to plant the seed about building permit fee review. Again, as I mentioned, the board had increased planning application fees earlier this year. And I think we should also have a look at building permit fees. I think it should be a strategic review. I know it's controversial looking at permit fees because it can hurt development if you go too high. Any changes to it is often seen as hurting housing and the need for more housing. But I think we can look at it carefully, compare ourselves with some of our neighbors, find out where things are at. The last change by the board on those fees was from 2018. Prior to that, it was looked at in 2014. So it's been a number of years, but it's not a popular subject. That's the reason it doesn't come forward usually, because it's seen as hurting development. But I can't continue to present here each year talking about revenues at the same or in decline, expenses going up, and fees that have remained the same. Something's got to give. We either get it from fees from the users of the service or through taxation. So I think, and I realize next year's an election year as well, But I think staff should bring a report forward next year to at least start the comparison, see what other places are doing, and see how, and provide options for what I would call a strategic fee increase, looking at the categories. Bring that forward next year, even though it's an election year, because I think it's important that we start having that discussion. So I think I'll leave my presentation there and happy to help answer some questions.
No, not just, that's going to get some of the young people confused. Okay, so I have Directors Sarai, Middleton, Smith, Grenier, and Sow right now. And I just, before, I'm going to use my perk of the job here to jump in and say thank you very much for bringing forward that point about having a long, hard look at increasing the permitting fees. Shortly after I was first elected in Ashcroft, our CFO, who is fantastic, came to us and said, we have a big problem. The Village of Ashcroft Council over the past several councils has not adjusted your utility rates for water and sewer. They are nowhere near covering the cost of the service. We have to take some drastic measures, and we did. And were we popular? Absolutely not. People hated us. That was 10 years ago. No one talks about it now. It's completely forgotten. We did it. We did it in a way that was as painless as possible. We explained it as well as we could. We got it done, and we're not going to make that mistake again, I hope. But I've seen too many local governments around the province just punt this decision on whatever it is down the road because they don't want to deal with it. And oh, it's an election year. Oh, we've just been elected. There's new people. It's too soon. And then next thing you know, it's an election year again. We can't, we do need to have that long, hard discussion because it is about fairness and it is about economic reality. So we're going to kick things off with Director Sarai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. First, but just on that same subject at City Camels, DCCs, we're looking at them as well and comparable municipalities. Where do we fit in? And we see that we're quite short on the rates that have set at other places. In your report next year, will we be able to see comparable RDOs to see what they charge? And then that sort of gives us a gauge. I don't think TNRD can compare yourselves to the City Camels. We offer more amenities, more services, but I think comparing ourselves to other RDOs would be a good place to start. But my other question was, both areas of TNRD now are going to be impacted by mine sites and people coming in and camps being set up, modulars being set up. How do we taxation that? How do we get any taxation? Because they're going to put impacts on our roads, our services, our infrastructure. Is that something we can bring forward? Is it too late to do something? Because that is something that I think, if I'm correct, we don't get any revenue from that.
I'll just speak to the first part, perhaps regarding comparables. RDs will absolutely do that. A little bit different. We don't have development cost charges in the regional district, but we'll definitely focus on our building permit fees and compare it with both some of the smaller municipalities around as well as regional districts. We've always been on the lower end, even when we kept the comparison from 2014 and 2018. And the board wanted us to be on that lower end to be more competitive. And I think that's still potentially okay, but we just have to see if others have raised the bar or not. It's kind of like when I talked about the planning application fees as well. Every local government tries to keep them artificially low. And so we're all competing to try to be lower, if that makes sense. And we're all afraid to make the first big move in case somebody else doesn't, and then we're not competitive anymore. So we'll be mindful of that. On taxation, maybe I'll let somebody else have a thought on it.
Thank you, Chair, through to the board. I'm just wondering, once we get into detailed conversation this afternoon, maybe that is something we can note and just bring up at that time. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
Next on to Director Middleton.
Thank you. Just a question, and I'll go back this to the building permit fee review, which was one slide you had up there, which also spoke to construction without a permit as being a factor into our revenues or lack of. But also, is there a lens or how does the TNRD handle or assess permits based on value of build, which has gone up significantly? So I know there's always an inclination to bring in, apply for your building permit and claim you're going to be able to build your $800,000 home for 400,000 just because you're, you have ways and means of doing so or whatnot. Do we have like a sort of a standard square foot cost of a build as to how we assess the value that someone is claiming their permit or their build is worth? And if we do, or if we don't, or whatever, has that factored in what the cost of building has done over the last few years? Or do we just take people at face value when they come in and submit for a permit and put a value on there? How do we validate that?
Yes, so we do have an internal method of double checking that. So we do start with everyone declaring what their construction value is, and then our plan checkers or building inspector goes through the drawings and sees if that's accurate or not, and then we reassess based on the kind of a per square footage cost that we have. So we do have an internal table for that, and we have been updating that. So that is, because that's not in the bylaw per se, so we've been able to keep that fairly modernized. So that we're on top of that. And so, yes, do people underreport? Yes, but we're able to catch that when they do apply.
Thank you. And just a quick supplemental just on that. And I think you sort of addressed that a little bit, but that's basically built-in or pre-planned increases based on cost of living, so that we aren't back at the table every year trying to review them, that there should be some sort of a build-in to just automatically increase fees with cost of living.
All right, Director Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So based on your accurate crystal ball that you use all the time, knowing what you know today, have you got a feel for what type of percentage would be required as an increase if we agreed on something? What type of increase would we be looking at to make things easier in your life?
No, I don't have the number yet. We need to do a little bit of homework on that. There's the base application fee, and then there's different categories of construction value, and then a dollar value that's assigned to that category. So it's not as easy as saying we need 25% more. I think we need to look just across the board at the different categories that we use and see if there's ways of increasing without getting uncompetitive with some of our neighbors. But I don't have that number yet, no. So I think that'll be something that we should bring forward to the committee of the whole type meeting, and definitely jump into those numbers and see the impact.
Supplemental, I'm just concerned, I don't understand why we're so concerned about being competitive. If you're building a house in Kamloops or wherever, you're building a house in Kamloops, I don't know why we'd be concerned about what the building permit in Vernon would be. So.
Well, in the past, is absolutely you're right. But the reality is that you will hear people say, it is so expensive to build in the TNRD. You'll be having calls as an EA director saying it's so hard to build here, and that our fees are out to lunch because over in Vernon and this place and that place, it's cheaper. And so you will face political pressure on that. And we will get those calls saying, why are we so high and was expensive? So that'll happen, but I think we have to face that because we also can't keep just increasing taxes to try to cover this. So you're right, we need to do it, but it won't be popular. And if we go too high, it again pushes people to say, well, then I'll build without permit, especially if there's very little consequence for not building with a permit. Then it's cheaper to just do that route. And I fear that I don't want us creating that impact.
CAO Hildebrand?
Thank you, Chair Roden. Just to add on to that, I know the question was brought up by Director Middleton as well, but the building without a permit or the building that we don't even know about is probably significant. Because all we do right now is a Section 57, it goes on title, but there's always that option for the board to take legal action, but that comes with a high price as well. So it's really a difficult situation where we could go force things and follow the, follow the direction of the board to go and get those permits and make them do that properly. But that's never been the case. So it's something to consider, I guess, in the future.
I have Directors Grenier, Sal, and Karpak.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Alex, and wholeheartedly agree that the building permit fee needs to be reviewed. These building standards are carried by the electoral areas for taxation, and we took a bite of a sandwich for the utilities, where the utilities are located, and I think we have to do that. We have to recognize that we can't be relying on the constant withdrawal of reserves to fund what is a year-over-year expenditure. I agree with you on that. That reserve got built up to the size that it is because of good years that we had, I guess, a balance. So we've somehow found ourselves out of balance because of a series of things. I don't know, it sure doesn't sound like we're overexpending in the department. So it's a decline in revenue to offset those expenses. And I think we should be looking at doing that very quickly. I don't know if we can incorporate that within the budget because we ultimately approve the budget in March. We finalize the budget in March, but if we can come to some conclusion about fees by March, at least we'll see the effect of that revenue coming in by the end of that year, and we can curtail the use or diminish the use of that reserve. Thank you.
Director Sal.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I got a few questions. One, similar to the award-winning communications by Mr. Davies about who does what at the orders of governments, do you think our buildings planning department would benefit from like an educational communication campaign? Because I get that from the residents a lot too, that they tell me stuff that doesn't jive with what I get from your team, like, complaining about the processing time, but I'm getting the feedback that no. And it turns out that they're talking about some other stuff that actually TNRD is not even involved in. So I wonder if, working with Mr. Davies, do you see a department being, it's beneficial to work on that? Thank you.
No, I think that is beneficial and we can continue to work on that. And I know we meet as well with the realtors as well and to explain what we do. And so we continue to do that outreach. Can we do more? Certainly. But I think what you'll find is there's a segment of the population which will not take that information in and continue to do what they do. And I fear that what ends up happening is we're hearing from that small percentage, right? We're not hearing from the vast majority who are following the steps and going through the processes. And so it feels like it's a bigger problem, but we're hearing from a smaller percentage of the population.
Thank you. And second, about building inspectors, do you see any issues in recruitment in the pipeline? I keep hearing the fact that, again, from the general public that, we don't have enough building inspectors in the province. Do you see that as a threat?
A few years ago, we saw it as a real threat, but we created a building inspector and training program where we took basically people without that experience and built them up internally and tried to get them through the different levels. There's a building inspector level 1, 2, and 3, and complex buildings, multifamily buildings, commercial buildings have to be done by a Part 3 inspector. And so a lot of the small municipalities are not able to get a Part 3 inspector, level 3 inspector. But we've done a lot of work doing internal training. So we've built up a nice team. So we're in pretty good shape there. But of course, staff come and go, and that can become a threat again next year. But we're in pretty good shape compared to some other local governments.
And lastly, maybe more just as a comment, I personally just want to caution about publicly associating revenue with enforcement. Going back to the Mr. Hiltbrand about the threats, one of the to the regional district or local government, the mistrust and mistrust. I think the general public that misunderstands our motives if we associate too much enforcement with revenue. Director Sarai made a very good point. It's not just about, revenue, it's about recovering the cost of infrastructure, fairness to other taxpayers, safety. So yeah, just comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Karpak.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all the managers so far, directors. I always get it confused which department I'm in, whether it's city or here, but one of the things that seems to be a common thread, and I'm going to come back to your commentary here, Chair Roden, about utilities and changes and making sure you make those hard decisions. A thread that's been woven through, it looks like a lot of departments, maybe save Terry's and the Film Commission, is dated electronic systems that we're using. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for staff to address, is that limiting capacity? Is it costing us more money? Because I think the board needs to know if we're using dated technology, that investing in that as a utility for our staff to use, not a utility that our members are used, but that addresses our e-permitting and addresses a lot of other aspects. We should be viewing our electronic databases, our software systems as a utility that our staff use. So I'm just curious if there's some commentary, because it seems common across multiple departments. They're antiquated. And are they costing us capacity, time, money, and things like that? Because I think that's something the board should know. So just my question to that.
Through Chair Roden to the director, yes, the answer would be absolutely. And this board, though, has been very supportive with a new ERP system, a new HR system, and we're slowly getting there. But when I met with the CAOs, I'm sure all the mayors in this room know that some of the systems that are used in our municipalities and here as well are outdated and they're archaic. It takes us much more time and effort to get to the end result. So we've taken that step and this board supported that and we're continuing to evolve. But I think the trick is the shared services and doing it together, because we all can't go do it and spend the money that is needed for all sorts of things, IT, financial systems, cybersecurity.
So if I may, a supplemental to that, if we're looking at the shared services as an opportunity, if the TNRD can upgrade its software, it saves the other communities having to expend lots of money perhaps to do the same, or gives us efficiencies to help them out. Am I wrong on that, or am I seeing it the same way?
That would be the idea. The problem is, out of the 11 municipalities in our region, we all use something different. To make that first investment to get on like systems is what the barrier is right now. But if we can get there, absolutely, we can share information, we can share people, we can share data, we can do all those things.
Thank you, Director Renta.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Alex. I'm looking on page 8 of the 5-year financial plan report. And while our anticipated tax increase for 2026 is 9.75% or something, under development services, the 2026 tax increase by department form here, it says 10.3%. And that's not far off of the 9.75, neither of which I agree with. But in 2027, the proposed tax increase is 29.9%. And that goes down to 6.7% by 2029. And I'm wondering if there's not a way to level those out a little bit so that we don't see what is substantially a 30% increase in tax for development services in 1 year. I'm just hoping there's a way that we can balance that out a little bit. What do you think? Uh-oh.
I like your reaction to me. I'm not scary. Okay, thank you, Chair, through to the board. This is really interesting. And so prior to my time, the 5-year plan that was brought to the board, always in that second year, had huge percentage increases. And there would be a 5-year plan that was approved that had like a 35% increase in that second year. The reason that is because we cannot budget for a surplus. So back in the day when we were bringing in an $8 million surplus, that was going directly to the next year's revenue, dropping the tax down. And then as soon as that surplus revenue is gone, taxes have to go back up to capture the overall cost. So what I would say is we have done a lot of work to try and smooth that out. One of the challenges with development services is that the planning service has no reserve. So in the areas where we tried to smooth it out, we would bring reserve money in or decrease the transfer to reserve to smooth that rate out a little bit better to account for the surplus. We know every year there's going to be a surplus, so it will come down in the percent. That's my long answer. We could do some work around moving numbers around to make that look better. In the long run, it helps visually and perceptually, but really it's just moving some numbers around between reserve transfers to try and get that to look a little bit better. So I hope that it's a little bit convoluted, but really because when you have surplus revenue coming in, it reduces the amount of tax that you need to pay for the service. So remember, the expense increase in each of your services also does not directly correlate to the tax increase you need. The tax increase you need is the expenses minus any revenues, other revenues that can pay for the service, which include the surplus and include reserves. So that's why you're seeing the jump around there. My short answer is we can do some work to try and bring that provisional back with a bit of a better perceptually visual number for you guys to take in.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'll just note, Mr. Kraus referred to the anti-regulation sentiment that's out there. And I just wanted to comment about the toll that can be taking, or is taking, I should say, on staff who are bearing the brunt of this anti-regulation sentiment, which is coming from a small but very, very vocal and often very, very angry segment of the populace. And it is taking a huge toll. So that I don't know what we can do about that. This is sort of a rhetorical point really, because there's no answer to it, but I just want people to be aware that, I mean, obviously this is a budget meeting, so we're talking about dollars and cents, but some things you can't put a dollar value on, and staff's well-being is one of those things. And I just think we need to be aware amongst the budget discussion that we are also talking about people and their work-life balance and how it is affecting their work and that life balance. Because it is no fun coming into work when you are dreading what every phone call and every email is going to bring. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Kraus? Everyone must have sensed that I was going to call a coffee break after Mr. Kraus had finished. So we are adjourned for a few minutes. I'm not going to put a time limit on it because I've been caught too many times on that one. So time for coffee. All right, thank you, everyone. We are going to let Mr. Vieira take us into the lunchtime hour. So take it away, Mr. Vieira.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So Scott asked me how long I was going to take. I said I would only talk for 20 minutes, but it's up to the board how many questions and discussions of how long it'll actually take. So, I'm going to walk you through all kind of a SWOT of all 4 departments under operations. So I talked about this last year, but I'll bring it up again, just a kind of a reminder of what we do and who we are. Just think about Paw Patrol. So we have the fire departments under Jason, represented by Marshall, the dog there. And then Chase, the police dog, is our emergency and community services. Rocky, the recycling dog, is solid waste and recycling, and Rubble is our utilities department. And I am Ryder. I do nothing, I just cheer them on. They have all the skills and abilities, so yeah. So starting with fire protection services, strengths and accomplishments. This slide is actually very much like last year's, but I think it's very important to highlight. Our biggest strength there is the over 200 members within all the different communities that make up the TNRD administered fire departments. In particular, a shout out to the fire chiefs that spend a lot of time on not just training with the teams and leadership, but they have more and more year after year as legislation kind of puts more work on our plate. They have more of an administrative role, and that's not what they love doing. That's not what they signed up for, but they are still doing it. And so kudos to them for that. So that's our 9 fire departments that the TNRD administers, but also a reminder, we have partnerships and contracts with most of the member municipalities represented in this room, where we contribute or we contract with them to provide fire protection services to TNRD properties outside of their boundaries. Though that's definitely a strength there, those relationships. So this year, up till the end of September, we have already had 199 callouts. That's just the TNRD fire departments, not including the member municipalities. So put that in context, that's almost a call every day up until the end of September. So I know sometimes there's this notion that volunteer fire departments, are just playing ping pong once a week and get called out maybe once every couple of years, but they're not. They're on duty, on call, and responding on a regular basis. One of the other strengths this year and continued over multiple years is provincial deployments. So that's where we get contracted by BC Wildfire to leave the fire protection service area. And when we do that, it's actually a revenue stream, both a higher rate of pay for the firefighters who sign up to do those deployments, as well as additional revenue that goes directly back into the fire department budget. So what we typically do with that money, or always do with that money, is it goes right back into reserves towards future capital. So we, as our budgeting process in each of the fire departments, we have regular contributions to fund our capital plan, which Carla will be talking about in the afternoon. When we have this deployment revenue, it often helps by kind of bumping those reserves higher and building them up quicker. So it's a good opportunity there. And we've had 6 this year, and over the 5 different departments that were deployed, it totaled $310,000 in additional revenue. We also have talked to the board before about this program that we were kind of championing in the province. That was a BC wildfire program called the Cooperative Community Wildfire Response Program, and that funded within the TNRD 11 community emergency response organizations receiving training for wildfire response as well as PPE, so they were equipped to be hired by wildfire in the case they were needed. I also want to mention the Fire Smart program. So this is, we're now into completing our 2nd year of this program. A reminder from the budget context that this is 100% grant funded from provincial grants, and that even includes the TNRD staff that are working on this program. So no TNRD taxation towards this program. This year alone, 24 public events, different community events that we attended and hosted. 234 individual properties we assessed, which accounted for over 500 structures, and there was an unknown number of hot dogs that we cooked at those community events. But basically, almost all of them, our Fire Smart team shows up with their booth, their banner, a pack of hot dogs, and the way we organize it is it's kind of on the community to organize the day and the location and get the community to show up, and we show up with the expertise and the barbecue and talk about Fire Smart. The new thing we rolled out this year, including last year we were doing the property assessments, the addition this year was actually having a rebate program where once you had an assessment, if you did the work that was required in the assessment, you could have a second assessment to follow up with, and you're eligible for a rebate of 50% of your cost up to a maximum of either $500 for most people, or it was $750 if you're a senior citizen. So 43 rebates of almost $30,000 that we paid out directly back to residents this year alone. So far, there's still more to come. Finally, just a list of capital improvements. I've tried to include this in all the different departments, just as sort of a reminder of why we're building up reserves, what kind of things are in the capital plan for each department that impacts the budget. Obviously, the big one this year was the grand opening of the Money Creek Fire Hall. We did some work at the McClure Fire Hall for landscaping that was actually funded through FireSmart. And each and every year, we're getting new equipment, apparatus, replacing what's needed. Big ones this year were fire engines and tenders in Money Creek. And I won't go through the list, but I just want to show for context that every year, the list of new apparatus and equipment is significantly long. And as the one-on-one discussions I've had with the EA directors about fire departments in their area, we often talk about what we're buying this year or what's on deck in years to come. So weakness and challenges, I should say I've kind of lumped weakness and challenges and so kind of threats into all into one or two slides in all the departments, because I find they overlap, at least in my head as I think about them. So one of the challenges we're expecting next year, or at least a threat, is the unknown about the Cooperative Community Wildfire Program. So BC Wildfire hasn't yet committed to any level of funding or what that program's going to look like. I do expect it, whatever it looks like, to be significantly different. We and this board supported that program, but I think, as many of you are aware, many regional districts in the province did not like the idea of being directly involved in administering that grant program. So we're anxiously waiting to see what it's going to look like next year and what the kind of funding levels are going to be. Janice, who works on this in the Fire Protective Services Department, I know is already receiving calls from those community groups asking about what training looks like for next year, because the training that they took part in you need to do a refresher every year to stay certified. Another challenge and ongoing threat is the rising costs. I know that's a theme that every department will talk about. In particular, fire apparatus is being hard hit and has for the last number of years. There's less and less companies. It's basically becoming a bit of a monopoly in terms of the North American control of the building and sale of fire trucks. So not just the new market, but this is also impacting the used market. And even if you can get the trucks, it's multiple years delay. We're over a 2-year wait now to buy a new fire apparatus, as probably many of the municipal directors around the table are aware. No response calls. I wanted to flag that, and we don't talk about that much on this board table. What that means is, well, what it does not mean. It does not mean how many calls that we got at the TNRD Fire Department that we didn't respond to. We responded to every single call that was in a fire protection area. So up until September of this year, there was already 762 calls that went into 911 where the person calling said they need fire response. So that means the 911 dispatcher sent it to Kamloops Fire Dispatch, who controls all the dispatching within the TNRD. And when that person talked to fire dispatch, it was a call requesting a fire response within an area that is not under fire protection. So essentially what that happens is when the person calls dispatch, they say, well, that property is not within a fire protection area, and essentially click. I mean, they don't rudely hang up on them, but there's nothing further that can be done. So we don't have metrics on what the situation was. Was it a house fire or was it a cat in the tree? We don't know that, but the fact is that's a big number of how many people called 911 asking for fire protection and told there is no fire protection in the area you're calling about. So that leads to the next challenge, weakness, threat, opportunity, all of the above is around, there's a lot of public demand, as I know all of the, especially the rural directors around the table here know, for improved or increased fire protection. But as we've also experienced over the last couple of years, there seems to not be a willingness to pay when push comes to shove and they have the opportunity to pay more taxes to get that service. We, over the last 2 years, had 2 public assent processes that failed, Tobiano and Cherry Creek this year and Birch Island petition last year. But we keep trying. So going to opportunities, reminder, this board approved a motion from Director Morris to do a feasibility study looking at the Penettan and Paul Lake corridor for a possible fire protection service there. There already is existing community emergency response groups there, as well as an opportunity to partner with Tecumlips on their properties throughout that corridor. So that feasibility study is underway and that'll be presented to the board and the community next winter. We're also renewing contracts with the member municipalities. Some of those have been more recently renewed. Some of them are still in negotiation. So I think this is a good opportunity, even though as many of the EA directors know, as we've had one-on-one discussions about this, our costs have been increasing, but we know the costs have been increasing to the member municipalities. So I see this as, a partnership working together to try find a reasonable rate of the contribution from the TNRD properties to support and continue the fire protection from those member municipalities. As part of those contracts, we are working with the municipalities to review the fire protection boundaries. Operationally, it's ultimately up to the municipalities to tell us what they can and can't do. But we haven't done this in a number of years, so it's been some good discussion about, for example, new homes that were constructed in the last 10 years that when the boundary was created, there wasn't a home there, so there was no point of including that property in the fire protection boundary. No one's knocked on their door and asked them. We're going through that process now to actually look at the mapping to see where those opportunities exist. And the continuation of the Fire Smart program. So the current funding is a 2-year stream that ends in June of 2026. So we're currently working on our application for another 2 years of funding. Hopeful and dare I say, expecting the program to continue because of the popularity and how much the province has pushed that program. So hoping that continues. We have great staff in that program, and the fact that it's still only like going into its 3rd year, we're already well established, and I know we're working with a lot of the member municipalities' Fire Smart programs as well. Any question on fire protection services?
Director Sal?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question or a few questions about the same issue. Has deployment revenues been stable in the last few years? And, looking at the long list of acquisition of fire equipment over the last couple of years, do you see a point at which we have everything we need? And lastly, do you see, or does the staff team see this as a safe reserve to use for offsetting taxes if this is one of the few services which generates revenue through deployments? Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. No, no, and no. So, has deployment been, I just want making sure I got all the questions in my head, so I want to answer the quick way first. So the first question around, has deployment revenue been stable? No, but we don't expect it to be stable. We don't bank or budget on any deployment. Well, technically we budget for it, but it's just a guesstimate. we budget for it knowing that if we have additional revenue, then we have additional expenditures that we would account for that. But we don't go into the year expecting it to cover any baseline operational costs. The reason it's not stable is because it really depends on where the fires are, what the need is. So, and also different fire departments may be deployed differing times depending on where the location is or what type of equipment is available. For example, we only do deployments if we have, additional equipment that can leave the service area. So we may only have one fire tender in one fire department, so we can't deploy a fire tender, but they may have an SBU trailer that we can deploy. So every department's a little different. So no, it's not stable. Second question is, will we ever have all the equipment we need? The answer is no, because we're always having to renew equipment. It ages out. That was a recent, I think it was last meeting that brought forward a report for advocacy around that frustration we have about the aging out equipment. It doesn't matter how many miles, how many hours, how much service time a truck has received. You hit a point where you get zero insurance benefit. So to the residents. So from a financial point of view, we want to maintain that insurance benefit to our residents. So there's a justification around the taxation. And the third question was, using the reserves to offset taxation. I guess that's linked to the other previous question. No, I wouldn't recommend using reserves to offset taxation because our capital plan in the fire departments, there's always more that we need and could do. As a general statement, we do a very good job running our fire departments. I would still say we run them on a shoestring budget. If you're a professional firefighter in a larger city and came to our fire department and look at our budget of what we do for like $150,000 in operating costs, we do a lot. So we definitely aren't kind of oversubscribed on the amount of revenue we have or funding we have.
I have Director Middleton and then Director Smith.
Thank you. I want to just go back to the slide that had the Fire Smart information on there, just about the grants. That right there, thanks. So when we see that this rebate program was introduced this year, 43 rebates have been issued, 28, close to 29 grand has been paid out. How stable is that program in that these funds are obviously limited? We've got to have a ceiling on how much and when is going to be paid out. So question is how long, once somebody has had an assessment done, do they need to sort of complete that work to then be eligible? Like, could we see somebody who had an assessment done 2 years ago, get this stuff completed and then a reassessment done? Are they eligible for that rebate, or was that done within a certain sort of time frame criteria?
Through the chair, very good question. I'll have to get back to you on that. I know there is a time frame. I just don't know if it's within the same year or within a couple of years. But yeah, the idea is you get your first assessment done. You have your laundry list of things that are eligible for the rebate, and then you do whatever you're going to do and keep your receipts from your expenditures, and you can actually allocate some of your own labor to it and then call them back for an assessment. I'll have to get back to you on what the window is for the rebate.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then you answered my question because I wondered about the owner supplied labor, like whether a value can be attached to that. And have you had any feedback or any knowledge yet on whether completion of fire smarting and having an assessment, doing the work and actually sort of qualifying for a rebate, shall we say, has that been sort of presented at all to the insurance industry? Like, I know there was talk that you could see reductions in your insurance if you have fire smart assessment, or if you perhaps complete and go the distance to not just have an assessment, but actually do the work. Have you heard of any instances where people are actually getting insurance reductions based on that work being done?
Through the chair, no, we haven't heard of any that are actually happening now, but I know there is conversations happening about it with the insurance brokers and insurance companies. That my understanding is there is a push from the province, from the Fire Smart side to have some sort of recognition certification that insurance companies will recognize. It hasn't happened yet. It has happened in some states. It's obviously not the same Fire Smart program, but in the United States, there is a process. Some of the states have a process around that. And that's really the hope for especially some of these areas that will never have enough, people in an area to justify a fire department. And with insurance being harder and harder and more expensive.
Thank you. Director Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just getting back to the underwriter situation, could you give me an update on where we're at with that? How far up the ladder those letters have gone, and if we've got any response from anybody yet?
Through the chair, no, we haven't got any response from anyone yet. It just came to our last board meeting. So, and the letter from this board was to the province, basically asking the province to advocate on our behalf to the fire underwriters, which is an independent national organization, but no update. Sorry.
Thank you. And while we've got Ember up there, just please spare a thought if you're ever at a Fire Smart event and you see Ember, a spare thought for the person inside Ember. We had Ember at our community barbecue in Ashcroft in August, and it was 37 degrees. And the person inside Ember could do it for 20 minutes. And then there was a very real risk of heat stroke. We're planning on having Ember back when the CPKC holiday train comes in. Should be much easier for Ember to cope. In fact, she'll probably be the only warm person there on the night. But thank you very much for that. And thank you to Ember. Director Houghton?
Just a quick note, a week ago Monday, I attended a free wood chipping day in Lac Lejeune. I decided to go for a drive and see it in action. And I talked to the operator, and he said from the time that Director Grenier and I were up there during the Rossmore fires, that'll be 2 years ago, and the amount of debris that has been taken out. And he said this run is a lot more successful than the spring run. And is that something that comes into this budget? Because it sure seemed for the Lac Lejeune area was very successful.
Yeah, through the chair, chipping, it depends on where the material is coming from. Like the province funds the chipping and fuel reduction on Crown land, but our program where we work with the communities to reduce it on the private land is through this Fire Smart grant. So it would be our program that supports that. And I know in Lac Lejeune, it was both happening at the same time. The province was getting some chipping stuff done over the last couple of years, and the community association. Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. And just the fire underwriters, that's what we're discussing tomorrow, correct? You seem to indicate a letter had already gone off, but we're discussing that there's a report on tomorrow's agenda.
I guess that's correct. I'm looking over and everyone's
okay.
nodding that it wasn't last meeting, so I got ahead of myself. I wrote the report 2 weeks ago, so.
So that's why there's been no response to
All
the
right.
letter as yet. We haven't yet sent it, so.
Hasn't even been approved by the board or sent. So thank you for that.
Just in
correction.
case anyone was wondering. And I did have a serious question, unlike me. You talked about having to look at fire protection boundaries because people will build a property or build a house on a property that isn't included, and then now we have to think about giving them fire protection. Do you have there been cases of people who have built a house, for example, and have thought they had fire protection and found out possibly in unpleasant circumstances that they did not? Or when people do these builds that are a little bit outside, are they informed in some way that oh, by the way, you don't actually have fire protection? How do we handle that? Because I can see that being an issue that is going to crop up.
Yeah, a very good question, and Alex may have some comments on this as well. So I don't know of a scenario where someone called 911 and thought they had fire protection. I'm sure it has happened, but we haven't heard directly about that. But we probably both departments have received calls from residents saying, okay, I'm just moved into this house that I've either built or bought. My insurance company is wanting to know where the nearest fire hydrant is. And we have to tell them, not only do you not have a fire hydrant, you don't have a fire department. And sometimes they say, what do you mean? Everyone has a fire department, and we have to explain to them. And they've recently moved there and bought a property, so I don't, yeah. So it's unfortunately a fairly common call that we receive.
Thank you. Any other questions on fire protection? Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay, on to utility services. So I'm not going to talk about this too much. We, as the directors on this table who have a utility system in their area know, we go into depth on this in our regular utilities committee meetings that we have 3 times a year. But I think I just want to provide some high level kind of budget, what impacts the budget for this board to be aware of. Strength and accomplishments, one of the big things that was approved last year on the budget was the creation of a new position to support the entire organization, which is our asset manager position, which was filled earlier this year by Mike Winiski. So I have him listed here, not that he's only in the utilities department, but he's been doing a lot of work on the utilities side over the last few months. One of the main pushes around supporting our grant application for the Savanaugh Community Water System, and just getting a better understanding of what our assets are and what we need to actually be financially sustainable. As this board knows, it's a key advocacy topic, and the better data we have, better understanding of our kind of long-term outlook, the better we can advocate and show that we do need support. The other thing that I'll say was an accomplishment, even though, you know, it's not a popular decision, but Director Grenier already alluded to this, was the rate increase that was approved by this board now almost 2 years ago. But that rate increase was increasing year after year for a 5-year term. So every year there's a significant increase in all the services. It's not the exact same increase in each service area. But what that means is that what we're seeing in the budget now, although we still have a long way to go, which I'll show you in a minute, in terms of being more financially sustainable, we are actually now seeing significant contributions to our reserves. In previous years, our reserves were almost zero contributions to reserves. Now we're actually seeing, you know, the few thousand, tens of thousands of dollars a year going in there, not near of what we need for full replacement, but we're going in the right direction. Big capital projects underway this year, nearing completion, are the Pritchard Water Treatment Plant, which is scheduled for completion early next year. We're already planning on, fingers crossed, it'll be done and fully operational, and we can bring the board there as part of the out-of-town board meeting next May. We also have a groundwater exploration project going on in many of the community water systems, where we're looking at the option of converting in small service areas from surface water to groundwater. So the weakness and challenges and threats, like I said, the financial sustainability of all the water systems continues to be an ongoing concern and an ongoing advocacy priority for this board. Picture says 1,000 words. So back to my comment about our asset manager, this is the work that he was just recently doing with Tyrone, our utilities manager. So what would be a budget workshop without a graph, right? I guess this is the first of many graphs that you're going to see today. But quickly, what this is the blue bars there are our current revenues from all of our systems combined. So this is combining all the systems into one. For the area directors wanting to see their specific system, there's more to come on this at our December Utilities Committee meeting. But this just paints a picture. TNRD as a whole, our required revenue is always higher than our projected revenue, or current revenue based on current rates. So when I say a funding gap, literally that's the gap we're talking about. Over the next 25 years, we never get to the point that we need to. And that's what we've been asking the province to help us find a solution for, help us find a way to fill that gap. Otherwise, what it means is each year we're operating those systems without the actual full funding that we need to do it properly. And each year that top line just kind of gets pushed over. We never even, it kind of looks like it gets a little better further along, but it only gets a little further along if we start closing that gap each year, which at this point we don't have the revenue to do. So some good news, looking forward, we do have funded projects, capital projects that are on the approved plan that have, most of them have been funded from CCBF or other grant funding sources or existing reserve funds. So Loon Lake Bottle Fill Station, Pritchard Wastewater Plant, reservoir going in Wallachine, groundwater exploration continued. I mentioned that was ongoing already, and water main replacements in Blue River. So further opportunities moving forward, like I said, provincial advocacy, please continue that. You know, on one hand, we've been asking for, I think, 4 or 5 years now without really any significant solution offered by the province. But it's my view, at least, if we stop asking for it, then the perception is it's not a problem anymore. So I think we should continue to raise this year after year that we still don't have a solution and we need help. And then the big opportunity is that Strategic Priorities Fund grant application. We know for certain it's oversubscribed in terms of how many applications. We probably, just with the representation in this room of all the municipalities, we've probably applied for as much as the entire provincial pot is. So it's going to be competitive when it comes to the assessment of those grant applications, but we put a lot of effort, and we've shown that we have other funding sources that this board has approved to fully fund that treatment plant in Savinaw if that grant is successful for the $6 million. Our best guess and based on what we've heard from staff at UBCM is that we don't expect to hear back on this grant application until at the earliest the spring, maybe even the summer. Questions on utilities? Okay. Community emergency services. So I kind of broke this up because even it's one department, but kind of two different sections of it. So under the emergency services, two main components of what we do there. One being preparing for an emergency, and the other is to respond to the emergency. So this year, and this is predominantly what the budget supports, the budget under under the emergency services service supports our own staffing costs, as well as the training, preparation, support for responding to an emergency. When you look at that budget, when Carla talks about that budget line item, we're not using our tax dollars directly to respond to emergencies. When our EOC is activated, the response is recovered, response cost. The majority of the response cost is recovered through the province, but all of our taxation goes towards being trained, prepared, having the equipment, having the room ready to respond. So this year, for example, we had some additional capacity due to surplus last year that we have a temporary emergency program coordinator position, which is a bit of a succession planning as well within that department. We continue to use that budget to support the ESS teams, the emergency support services teams that are throughout the TNRD, based in different member municipalities throughout the region. We continue to fund our dedicated EOC room, and we also receive grant funding for equipment in our EOC. Just to note that that's been a real game changer, and for those who have been on the board a long time, you've probably also noticed the benefit that you don't get kicked out of this room every summer because the EOC is activated. We now have the ability to, in almost all activations, manage our EOC within the third floor and not have to take over this room. A number of training exercises, I'll mention a few big ones, was spill response that we worked in the North Thompson with TMX and member municipalities and First Nations up there. We had what we call our Three Amigos training exercise. That's TNRD, TTIS, and City of Kamloops. So that was an all-day tabletop, real-life exercise where each EOC was activated, went through an entire scenario. We just hosted a training workshop, which included a lot of staff from member municipalities and First Nations, as well as we hosted an EOC Essentials course up in Clinton. So a lot of those last two I mentioned, those were with our own staff resources supporting that training. So that's the preparation, activations. Every year, we're busy. Doesn't matter. I mean, I often get questioned or comments from friends and family. Oh yeah, I guess it's been a quiet year for you in terms of the fire. It's just because some fires you don't see on the media as much as others. We still had 6 wildfires within the TNRD. Well, we had more than 6 within the TNRD. We had 6 wildfires that resulted in an activation and a response from the TNRD EOC, meaning there was alerts or evacuation orders in place. We had follow-up from the fires last year, Shetland Creek, a geohazard meeting up in Venables Valley. That was actually that front cover photo, was that meeting that was held earlier this year. We had a response related to the Nicola Lake algae bloom. We had a debris flow that impacted a property in Westwald in September, or just outside of Westwald. As board's aware, more recently, we responded to the Fader Lake Dam, the man-made structure that was threatening to burst and flood downstream properties, and currently activated in responding to the train derailment on Kamloops Lake. So never a dull moment. So switching gears, I'm not going to go through detail on this, but a reminder, our community services department covers a lot of things. There's about 45, depending on how you count them, different specific specified services or electoral area specific services that are managed by this department. Some kind of big ticket items this year, accomplishments were that Parks and Trails strategic plan that the board adopted in September. And we have another report coming to the board planned for the committee of the whole in December. We also had some significant capital upgrades that were completed at Smith Pioneer Park. That was the park out in Merritt that we visited at the board tour a couple of years ago. Under community services, we also have the mosquito control and invasive plant control program. So I mentioned under a kind of an opportunity last year with our 5-year contracts for mosquito control were coming to an end. I'm happy to announce that, we have new contracts in place, but also the cost increase there was modest, so we don't see any significant taxation jumps for the mosquito control service. Invasive plant control program, that continues to be a popular program within the electoral areas as well as some of the municipalities that participate in that program. And again, on the rebates, and when we think about taxation, last year alone, or this year, 104,000 in rebates went directly back to property owners who pay TNRD taxation, who pay into the service. So I think the total tax requisition for that service is around $300,000 or $350,000. I shouldn't be making numbers up, but it's somewhere around there. But a big chunk of that just goes back to taxpayers each and every year. And also just a point there that you'll see that we have operations on the highway and other crown lands that we coordinate, but just a reminder, that's not TNRD tax dollars that fund the crown land treatments. It's contract work we do through the province. So the province pays the work and we coordinate and administer it. So weaknesses and challenges there, threats is that EOC activations do slow our progress, especially in the community services sides of things. We have a very small department, and when EOC activates, our day-to-day jobs get sidelined, or at least part of their jobs get sidelined. And something I mentioned last year, but I basically copied and pasted the same statement from my last year's presentation, is it continues to be a challenge of how to prioritize EA specific projects. And I don't say that as a complaint, because as everyone, I would like to think that everyone around this table knows that I'm passionate about the services and the new ideas and opportunities that come up within specific electoral areas. But the challenge we always have is limited staff resources, and essentially we have more good ideas than we have staff to implement. So opportunities moving forward. I mean, I guess this is a strength, but as well as an opportunity. And I know Kevin, our department manager, has mentioned this to the board a few times. We're fortunate to have a very highly skilled and experienced EOC team. This year, Kevin specifically was actually asked and supported a few other EOC activations outside of the TNRD, funded by the province, but he supported EOC activations on Vancouver Island. For better or for worse, we probably have more experience in the EOC than probably any other regional district, both in terms of the staff who have been there and lived through it, as well as just how often we're activated. And the other big opportunity I already mentioned is moving forward with this Parks and Trails Strategic Plan implementation. I know the budget discussion this afternoon will be around, concerns around, being aware of cost increases and trying to manage that. So definitely, aware that new projects would require funding, but an opportunity is there could be grant funding opportunities around Parks and Trails implementation. Any questions on Community Emergency Services Department?
Director Houghton?
Just a quick compliment. I think we do a great job in every disaster that seems to come in front of us, but I really want to congratulate you on the most recent one on Counts Lake. I think it showed that we took leadership right from the get-go, whether it be the Director Granary, the staff, Chair Roden. We took the leadership out on the lake by the looks of it, and basically took control of what was happening. And you could see that on the news clips and really want to compliment everyone involved. I thought really put the TNRD on the map. Thank you.
I just wanted to echo what Director Houghton says. When I speak to people outside this organization about the EOC, about our EOC, nothing but praise for the wealth of experience, which is kind of one of those unfortunate things. If you have a really, really, really good EOC, it's probably because you've been through a lot of disasters. So you've gained that experience the hard way, but nothing but praise and good words for our EOC team and for the way the TNRD comes together and mobilizes to handle these events. And most recently, we did see that with the train derailment. So thank you to Director Grenier for taking the lead on this and being able to answer questions. I saw some of your responses on Facebook. Just really good communication job from everyone on what's going to be an ongoing situation. Director Grenier.
And I just want to say thank you, Scott, for taking my call in the 9th, 10th inning. I wasn't sure if I was going to get an answer after I got the call from Mike Lavecchio about this spill in the 9th, but you were there for us. So thank you, and thank you to our team, Tyrone and our new gal, Michelle. On the boat, there was a lot of skill testing questions asked of the CPKC, and we're getting transparency, we're getting communication, but we're not getting everything we need just yet, but we're working through it. And water testing at the source, water testing where the water intake is a priority for our communities in Tobiano, Savinaw, Wallachine, Thompson Rivers Estates, and that's the hot button in the last day or so. So, thank you.
Any other questions on this? Mr. Vieira?
Thank you. And CFO Fox just fact checked my noxious weed statement, and I was close. So $390,000 is the budget there. So of that 390, we're giving about a quarter of it back to residents in rebates of the taxation we collect. So last but not least, solid waste and recycling. So some accomplishments for this year, improvements of services, increased mattress collection in a few locations. We've added a book recycling pilot program, thermostat recycling. We continue with the implementation of our mandatory recyclable bylaw, which requires or has additional penalties if people are putting significant amounts of recyclable material in the garbage. We just launched this construction demolition toolkit to support the construction industry of how to better divert and both reduce their costs when they go to a disposal facility, as well as how do they reduce the amount of stuff that goes into the landfill. And implementation of this Clean Farms Agriculture Plastic Recycling Program. So outside of the operations, we also have a budget to do waste reduction. So as part of the solid waste management plan that was approved was a budget and a position devoted to waste reduction regionally. Obviously, it's a large region, a lot of stuff going on, but we're pretty proud of what we can do with that staff person of one and fairly small budget. 15 public events that we attended, which equated to about 700 face-to-face interactions of talking to people about garbage and recycling. We kind of relaunched, which we had done in the past but hadn't for a few years, what we call trunk sales. So essentially it's a community garage sale where we book out a parking lot in one of the municipalities or community halls and invite everyone to come there and give stuff away or sell stuff. And we also updated the school curriculum for waste reduction to be more usable for teachers to make sure that we get this in front of teachers. And our feedback we got from teachers is that if the curriculum is easier to use and has all the information, lessons plan, activities, they're more likely to use it. So we did a lot of work updating that to make it more user-friendly to get it into classrooms. We also can go in and actually do talks with students, but now teachers are equipped to do it without us actually physically having to visit them. Few capital upgrades. The Iron Grizzly is the picture that you see there. It's what's called an alternate daily cover system. So with landfill operations, you have to cover the garbage on a daily basis. Historically, it's covered with dirt, so you're moving dirt over the garbage every single day. This system is using heavy metal plates to do that instead, and then you just remove the plates and put them back at the end of the year. So there's efficiencies found there for operating costs and even soil costs, because we have to pay to truck the soil to the site to be able to put, or from somewhere on the site to be able to put on the garbage. New capital purchases of the new B trains, new compactor bins at Sun Peaks, recycling sheds, washrooms at a few of the facilities, actually running water at a few of the facilities for the first time, and Clearwater's next in line. We now have expanded the water line into that site and should see washrooms there next year. Challenges. As I've talked to many directors already in kind of the one-on-one budget meetings, we still have the ongoing impact of increasing operating costs. So just a reminder for this board that we typically have a 5-year operations contract, which includes the staffing and operating of all the 28 transfer stations and eco depots, as well as the hauling of all the waste is all in one contract. Well, it's actually in 3 separate contracts, but those are regional contracts. When that contract expired in 2022, we knew that, the post-COVID inflation was going to increase those costs. We did a public tender, got a lot of competitive bids, but at the end of the day, we still saw significant cost increases. Those cost increases we're still feeling in the budget year after year because a few things that the way the contract works is there's an inflationary cost built into each year's operating cost, but as well as that to lessen the impact from those significant cost increases, we had been using reserve funds to offset taxation. So last year we used a significant amount of reserves This year, again, as Carla will point out this afternoon, we're using reserves, but to a lesser amount. So we're trying to wean ourselves off reserves. But that's why we see, as we're using less reserves over the course of future years, we're seeing the tax rate continue to go up year after year. So that's a challenge, that's a concern, that's a threat, is how much of those reserves can we use? We're comfortable with what we've recommended as of now in terms of utilizing reserves. Our capital plan is still funded, but we're at the point where we're not comfortable proposing using further reserves than what's been included in the draft plan. And another topic that was just discussed at our solid waste committee meeting was mattress recycling. So EPR stands for Extended Producer Responsibility. Those are the provincially mandated programs where the industry is required to come up with a mechanism and they typically collect fees when they sell the product, and then a mechanism to recover and recycle the product, all in theory funded by the producer and or the consumer. There's not one in place for mattresses. The province committed to it a number of years ago, but just recently announced that they are changing their mind and not going to implement it. And so it's been postponed indefinitely. So what you'll be seeing coming forward from the Solid Waste Committee is a recommendation for the TNRD to go back to implementing fees around mattress disposal, because we had been collecting them for free in anticipation of that program starting up. So I guess I'll jump to that in the opportunity. That is an opportunity that the board will consider shortly, is that reinstatement of mattress disposal fees. So a point that the increased revenue, if we reinstate mattress disposal fees, is not currently reflected in the draft budget. So if we do that change, if the board approves that change, we estimate that as $100,000 benefit to the budget. So that would be both in additional revenue, but as well as reduced operating costs. The way the fee works for mattresses is it's still subsidized by taxation. So our mattress fee that was recommended by the committee is $20 for a residential drop off of a mattress. It actually costs us almost $45 to actually haul, recycle, process that mattress. So a couple things going on here. We think we'll get increased revenue by adding the fees in, but also we think we were getting additional mattresses because there's a fee in other facilities and we didn't have a fee. Back up to the first point, the other opportunity is that we've already recognized is the change to using the Sweatstem landfill. We did an operational review and there was cost savings both from hauling efficiency as well as disposal fees to haul the waste from the Thompson Valley corridor into that landfill. And that's projected to be about $100,000 annual savings. That cost savings is already in the draft budget. Another opportunity is, you may remember the board approved us submitting a proposal to Recycle BC for the receiving facilities contract a few months ago. If we get awarded that contract, that would be some additional revenue towards our operating costs, to estimated around $35,000 annually, which is not currently contemplated in the budget because we do not have that contract in place or confirmation that we'll be doing that. So that's a good opportunity that'll impact next year's budget if we get that contract. And finally, food waste as a mandatory recyclable material. We talked about this to the Solid Waste Committee in detail. It'll be coming forward to the board as well for more information as we roll that out. But just wanted to flag that as an opportunity to achieve our waste reduction goals by putting another incentive to divert compostable material out of the garbage and into those composting streams. So finally, I just wanted to conclude with kind of the opportunity around cost savings. There's been a lot of discussion I've had with individual board members around what can be done to reduce operating costs on the solid waste side. So to be very clear, further cost savings than what we've already done a lot of work over the course of years would result in service level reductions. So in other words, what I've said is that we've done a deep dive to reduce operating costs wherever we can to maintain existing service levels. Understandably, there's still a significant increase and is a significant line item in the budget. And I understand that there may be desire to make reductions there. So what we'd be looking for is some specific guidance from the board of what type of service level reductions would you like us to look at if the board wants that? And kind of to what tune in terms of how much money would we be looking at reducing? And then we as staff can go back and look at some opportunities there. I bring that up because this is not something that we're initiating as staff because the board has established service levels. The board has established when the hours of operation, when the sites are open, what the hours are, what the accepted materials are. So our budget is based on that level of service. By all means, the board can direct us to relook and change those levels of service, and that will have an impact to the budget. So for example, we can review hours of operations. We could review what materials are accepted at different sites and how we could look at saving funding if we reduce service levels there, even outright closure of certain sites. Also an increase of fees is also an opportunity, or a combination of all those. So I'm just putting that out now for food for thought. I expect there to be further discussion on this in the afternoon. And I am done.
Thank you very much. Questions, Director Laird?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on looking at the savings that we might accomplish for solid waste. When would that decision, when would we actually get a chance to have that discussion? And how soon do we need to have the results and that would actually impact the budget? Is there a timeline required for that?
Through the chair, if I could just clarify, I think you're asking around, if the board wishes us to do a review here. So if we're directed to do a review of these things, it would be for final budget. So we couldn't do a full review of hours of operation in time for provisional budget, but we're confident that we can bring back some options that the board can consider prior to final budget. So in January.
Any other questions or comments? Director Middleton?
Sorry, thanks. Just a quick sort of comment or back to the trunk sales. Is that something considered success? Will it happen next year? I had planned to go to both of them and made it to neither. And when I see the pictures, I'm kicking myself for not making a better effort to get there. Although I think my husband's probably happy I didn't, but is that something that will be continued next year?
Yes, it is planned to be continued next year, but I stay tuned for dates and locations.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you to all the staff who've presented this morning. Lots to think about, lots to chew over. And on that note, we go into lunch and we have half an hour, 30 minutes for lunch. So enjoy lunch over there, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to CFO Fox to talk about the 5-year plan and budget.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. So, look, it's hard to follow Jamie, and he comes up with these cartoon characters and like, how am I in finance supposed to compete with that? And I was thinking about that and I'm like, next year? Have you seen the movie The Accountant? Christian Wolf, Brax, oh, we're coming into clean house here. So to be fair, it would be more of like a drama, but exciting enough to keep you awake after lunch. I don't know if we plan this specifically well, having the financial conversation. Thank you, Director Blackwell, showing what's going to happen to the room. So, welcome, Director Bass.
Because Merlin's laughing, there's nothing going on.
Oh, boy.
You're live.
We are going to have the best topics first, so they'll just miss out. So I just want to start by saying I'm super proud of the work that we've done. The board team and great conversation that we've already had this morning. I think it's a really great opportunity that we get. We have some hard topics to discuss. We have lots of pressure coming at us, a lot of it outside of our control. But I do really believe and feel that we have transparent, open conversation here, and we've done a lot of hard work. I think the other piece I'd say is through the SWOT presentations, you're getting a lot of, obviously, the strengths we have, the opportunities, and we've talked a lot about similar strengths and weaknesses across the organization. I just want to stop for a sec before we start into more of the financial conversation. There are so many positives. We have been able to have consistent service delivery throughout the TNRD and keep the expenses under control. We have strong strategic communications department, which I think is really, really important and valuable for us here. And it helps keep the board informed. And we work hard to keep the board informed. We have a strong culture, not only with the board, within the TNRD. We have a strong EOC strength and presence. We have very efficient process improvements in place, helping us be able to do the work that when I started took weeks and weeks to do, are things that we can do between Austin and I creating some systems for us in not even hours. The work that we're doing in the budget work that we're doing with budget managers, we're doing and calculating impacts within minutes, which we couldn't do before. And that really reflects on the team that has been supporting this work. I'd also say too, a lot of change over time. The budget managers, the supervisors, the budget managers, the general managers in each of these departments supporting the processes and work that's required up front to be able to bring you the financial data that's very accurately put together and very well thought through. Our job here with you guys today with this first discussion and conversation, we're really working to give you guys the information that you need to support the work that we're doing and support the changes that you're seeing. So it's really important for us to be able to give you the departmental information, go through the financial information, and make sure that we're able to provide you supports and information that you can go back to your constituents and stand behind what we're giving you. One of the things I think about is we've told you that we're bringing you a budget where we have really went down to the bone of reducing expenses. And I've done presentations, financial presentations in other municipalities with councils, and that conversation is hard because I can tell you that, and this is the first time we come forward, but usually the expectation is we go back and we crunch those numbers harder, we bring you a tighter, less expensive budget. But and you're gonna see in on our talk with the audit, we have such narrow margins. We've went from an $8 million surplus to a projection of 2.9 million. That is a direct impact. So it's important. And I think we've built up the relationship and rapport here enough that you guys believe I'm bringing you the best information that we can. But make sure that you ask us the hard questions, because we don't want you to go back out to the communities, to your constituents and say, well, you know, the budget number's high, the tax increase is high. We just got to push staff harder to make cuts. Because then what that tells me is that maybe you didn't hear the message we were trying to convey and the work that we've been trying to do and bring the conversations here. We don't want to have high tax increases every year. So we are working for you to do that, and we've got a great team to do that. This year's draft plan reflects a period of significant financial pressure, while projected expenditures for 2026 are only anticipated to increase by $72,000. $147,000 if you take in utilities, but I treated that separately to this conversation because that's direct utility fees, not taxation. We are facing a global taxation increase of 9.7% right now with this draft, about $2.8 million. This is primarily driven by declining non-tax revenues. Rising operating expenses are a small portion of that, and reduced surpluses. The sustainability of using reserve draws to subsidize operations is in question, and this is something every year I bring forward. Our auditors have highlighted the risk to financial stability posed by extremely narrow margins. At this stage, no further recommendations to reduce overall expenditures are being put forward, as doing so could compromise our financial resilience. And we have to remain somewhat flexible to economic shifts and unplanned things throughout the year that we have to face in each of our departments and services. As we approach a December deadline for the provisional budget, the board faces critical decisions regarding service levels and future tax increases. Economic uncertainties, shifting capital priorities, and funding requirements all contribute to a constrained budget environment. I also want you to remember, or just remind you of what I had said earlier, we do have a reserve policy that the board has approved. This budget here does not take into account the impact of trying to meet the levels that we set out in the reserve policy to meet. I will bring that conversation back to provisional, but with the pipeline conversation and with the work that we are doing here today, it wasn't something that I could put together in a thoughtful way for you guys to consider at that time, but that will come forward. Over half of our departments are showing a reduction in overall expenditures, but some, such as the solid waste and recycling, library, utility, and film commission, are seeing some varied increases. Sure. So staff today will be looking for specific direction on service level changes and reductions that the board would like to see staff bring information back for discussion with the intent of implementing it into the next draft provisional budget prior to December 31st. Although you've heard a little bit of feedback from some of our general managers that some of the more detailed analysis might take us past that date, but we're trying to implement some of that before March 31st. So when we bring you the provisional, we'll do our best to implement what we can. The conversation today is going to hopefully allow me to just take you through the 2026 budget. We'll take a look at the capital plan. We'll take a look then quickly at the 5-year plan. Different from previous years, I gave you quite a bit more detail in the presentation for the first round. And what we've tried to do this year is pare back the part that I talk about the tax impacts and implications, because we don't have the BC assessments, the new assessment values, in order to give you the right understanding of how it is going to affect your area. However, when we've met with each EA director and some of the municipal directors, we have that information included in the budget report, so you can refer to it. And in the tax implication document, at the very end of that, we have actually included a section in there which has each of your areas, your class breakdown, so your residential, business, and how that is broken out so that you can understand what the complexity is in your area with the classes. The utility class is of recent, very much interest to everybody in conversation. So I think that might be a piece that you find interesting. So we're going to go through the presentation. I think it's really important that you're able to hear all the information before we stop and move into the board giving us direction for motions and cuts and decisions. So we're asking that if there's questions specifically to the information or numbers in front of you, please go ahead and ask those questions, and I will take pauses for those. Directions and motions, we would just really like to, we have a dedicated spot at the end to kind of go back, and we're making some notes in order to go back to the specific areas that you would like to talk to. All right, thank you. So the change in expenditure from 25 to 2026, really what I'm showing you here and what you would find in your detailed financial summary attachment is the total expenditures in 2025 to the total expenditures in 2026. There is where the number is coming from, where you see in general operating expenditures overall for the entire organization are going up $72,000. Remember, we have a number of different services. I think it's almost 122 different services, and they all get sorted under different departments. So when we talk about departments in the next few slides, you'll know that there's a number of different services under there, and we can get into a bit more of the specifics. So the change in expenditures from 25 to 26, I thought it was an interesting look just to look at, here's the operating expenditures, here's the wages. We don't yet have a negotiated agreement for wages, so wages are flatlined in the budget at this time. But you can see year over year, and this is what I would expect to see happen. You can see after COVID, 2019, 2020, we have some reserves coming in to really help offset those large expenditure increases. We gave some breaks through COVID, and then we start coming out of that, and you can start to see us slowly moving up. And typically that's what you're going to see if you're incorporating inflation and those types of increases. We haven't done any really large service changes other than, you know, in the fire departments and utilities. We have some new capital projects coming on, or we've had things like Monty Creek and a few of the different fire departments, which then does in turn turn into a new service that adds to our overall expenditures. Also, things like Fire Smart. So the Fire Smart grant itself being $700,000 that we incorporate, $700,000 of those expenses, when we add them to our budget, get included in that total, but they're grant funded. So just because an expense doesn't mean a direct tax increase. How we pay for it, you obviously have to reduce other revenues like grant revenues to come up with your tax impact. I'm not going to go through this. I know it's tiny. This is just an indication and a reminder to anyone, of course, watching, that these are the menu of services, what I call them, that we go over with each of the electoral areas and the municipal directors if they so choose. And this really gives you an idea of the general services are up top. Those are the ones that everybody pays into, all the municipalities and EAs. We then go through the local services, which most of the municipalities and EAs pay into. You have your electoral area services, and those are services typically that are paid for by the entire electoral area. And then you have specified area services, and those are services that can go over two different borders. It could be a fire department that has a certain area radius that it can serve, and you circle that area on the map, and it could go over area M and N, and you'll have specific residents paying into that service. It's important because I'm giving you insight into how you would move through the attachments if you wanted to go through the attachments in the report in I guess, in a more thoughtful way. So I see it as a bit of a story. You have your revenues and expenditures by department. We also provide you revenues and expenditures by category. So that would mean supplies for all of the TNRD, wages for all of the TNRD. All of that information can be found in the summary attachment. The detailed information by department and service is also there, line by line. You can see every line item cost that we have per service if you really want to get into that level of detail. I will not put you through that today. Those are some of the examples of the specified area services. And one of our biggest areas, Area A, has quite a lot of specified area services within it. I think it's really important what we do when we have the conversations with the electoral area directors, because when we have some of those conversations here, it really is hard for us to deal with specific area conversations when we have the entire board here and really have more of the regional effect with the entire board here. So having those conversations, I've found extremely valuable. In my time in municipal government, we didn't have those type of conversations because usually your entire council is interested in all the same bits of information, pretty much. So a little bit of a different structure within a regional district. So here's an example of the departments that we have, and under each of these departments, you have a very complex list of services that we provide. You can see here for 2026, this is the tax implication. So this is the change from the amount of tax we charged or collected in 25 to the amount of taxation we need to collect for those departments in 26. That is the increase there. Remember, sometimes the percentages can be a bit misleading because of the Film Commission 16% is actually minimal dollars. It's just the percentage of increase to that small budget reflects a 16%. Jamie and I always go back and forth on the global taxation increase because that 9.8, 9.7% of global taxation, again, is just the total amount of taxation that the TNRD charges out based on all the specific services. I couldn't say that that 9% related to any one service directly. So it is important, and when we meet with the electoral area directors, we really look at, here's area A, here's all your services, your menu of services. At the very bottom, this is your percent increase for your area. This is how much more we're looking to get from you for your area. That's more impactful at that level, and that information is also there for the municipal directors to go through. It's been super helpful. We've had more conversations and meetings with municipal directors this year than we have before. And it really helps. We've even presented to other councils because there's lots of questions that come out. TNRD is a line on their tax bill when you live in a municipality, but they don't really understand what those services are for. It's really important for us as a staff, and it really alleviates a lot of frustration when those councils and other staff members can explain to their constituents and their taxpayers what that is. Because it's very easy to say, that's just a number of the TNRD. What does the TNRD even do? And once we have those face-to-face conversations, I think we shed light on a lot of that speculation. What I want to point out here is that in development services and solid waste, if we did not have, and I had this question come up when I talked to you about this a couple of weeks ago, if we did not have the reserve dollars that we're using to offset taxation there, we actually have development services would go from 10.3 to 55.7% increase. And solid waste would go from 16.9 to 24.5%. The overall global impact would be 13.6% of a tax increase we would have to bring to you today. I can reasonably convince myself that using reserves in development services is justifiable. There's not a whole lot of capital there. There's a bit of equipment. So using that, there was a reason that they were doing that, and they knew the economic climate could turn, and the revenues that they were building up before to make these reserve contributions, when they're gone, it's pretty hard to recruit and have your staff go away, have them come back. That's not as easy as it is the shift in the economy. So we try to balance that out somewhat by bringing in reserve contributions over those years. And then in order to do it in a way that I think is more responsible, we do it in kind of a step down approach. So each year we're reducing the amount of reserve that's being used, because if you're using $600,000 worth of reserve to pay for a service and that service doesn't change, the next year, if you don't have that $600,000, that's a direct tax increase. So we're trying to make sure where we're, feathering in these increases, that we're not creating a situation where right away the reserve's gone and we're seeing huge impacts to our taxpayers. The area where it's harder to say it's a reasonable approach is solid waste and recycling. We have huge amounts of capital in solid waste and recycling. We have a landfill closure liability that is not funded. So understandably, so it is hard to put money away for future capital sometimes in this climate, but it's the responsible thing to do. And that's why we have the reserve policy in place to kind of give us those reasonable targets till we have that fully implemented asset management plan that will help better inform that. But what I believe it's going to do is tell us that we have quite a deficit. So when we're going and we're taking money out of solid waste and recycling, I know the other side of this coin is it's one of our largest departments. We have the most capital there. And do we have enough money in our reserve to fund 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan? So the surplus revenue by year, this is a really interesting graphic to me. I think about when I first started and I'm like, what are these surpluses? In municipalities, we didn't really deal with them the way we do in the regional district. We've always followed that the surpluses are carried forward to revenue as the next year, because essentially, if you think about it this way, we tax our constituents to pay for services. If we don't use all of that money to pay for the services, legislatively, they say you need to give that back to the taxpayer. So you do that by bringing it in as revenue in the following year. So it's money it's not a reserve. It's not going into a reserve. It's sitting there to be used as operating the next year and reduce the amount of taxes you need to pay for that. But over time, we kind of can create a consistent pattern where we're like, okay, each year we're bringing in about $7 to $8 million worth of surplus. So some of the attempt on staff's part and the board was to say, okay, 8 million seems like a little bit of a large amount to carry over year. What would be more reasonable? Let's kind of target a 10% allowable surplus, which we try to do. And in some of those attempts, what we did, they were carrying a large amount of surplus over in some departments because they had projects they didn't spend the money on. If that was the case, we moved that surplus into a reserve bucket. So that took it out of the equation. So unless we go and directly reduce expenditures and reduce the surplus, essentially, if you don't reduce the expenditures, your operating budget's the same, but you're moving revenue out that was reducing your tax rate. So in some cases, the tax rate went up because we removed surplus. In some cases, we did directly reduce expenditures, thus creating for the next year or two a little bit of a buffer. We'd get a bit of a tax break, but then it evens itself out again. We don't have these fluctuating surpluses. We're still bringing in surpluses at a certain rate. Where the auditor kind of flagged and where I kind of brought attention to last year is our staff has worked so hard to remove what some people would consider as excess budget or fluff or, areas where we thought we could cut. We've done that. This staff has worked really hard to reduce and remove any of that. What we're seeing now is our surplus has dropped. We're projecting right now a $2.9 million surplus. When I was first here, we projected a $6 million surplus. That's a huge difference, and it's worrisome because it takes away our flexibility as an organization, because we can't, the money that we get from a certain service has to stay within that service. So we can't just take money from solid waste and help the library out. That's not the way it works. So it's really important that we remain nimble in our services in order to address uncertainties. We're getting to the point where the variances are very, very narrow. And this probably be the first time I ever brought forward to say, I don't encourage expenditure reductions beyond what we brought you. Right now, we're bringing you what we believe it's going to take to deliver the services that you've set out that you want. That's why we're pushing the conversation more in what can we change in the service levels. Within your budget summary document, you will find revenues by category. I think sometimes, especially business folk, they really like to look at this because you'll look at the TNRD as a whole and say, how much are we spending? How much do we get with parcel tax as an organization? How much do we get with tax? I think the more interesting side of this is the expenditure side, which I'll go to next. Actually, I kind of bumped by that very quickly, but overall, I think this shows the picture between 25 and 26, where you can see the surplus revenue going down. You'll see the reserve revenue going down slightly because of that stepped approach that we've taken. There's not a lot of big variances within the other areas. Also remember, I don't have utilities in here. We'll have a section on utilities separately, but it's not taxed for. Those are user fee generated, so we have a separate conversation. You can see the reserve funds and how we have had the decline in the reserve fund revenue. So this is the amount of reserve we were using over the years. And you can see in 2025, when the solid waste and development services revenues dropped off and started going into a place where they were hard to control, we didn't change the service levels. We left the services as is. So in order to pay for those, the contract costs went way up. The development revenue went way down. The tipping revenue went way down. So we had a number of complex issues happening at the same time. And what we did is we used reserve revenue in those two areas. And that's why we're seeing that big jump to 25. You can see it slowly stepping down in 26. If we were to have no more reserve revenue, that jumps pretty much down to the bottom. Your taxes would have to go up. That's why we're pushing you to a conversation about service levels. The change in expenditure, and this is an interesting view at the departments. So you can see overall in community and emergency services, the total expenditures in that department went down for over $400,000. Development services went down over $16,000. Film commission went up. But also there's a grant in scouting. So remember, when the expenses go up, sometimes it has grant revenue to pay for it. It doesn't directly mean taxes go up. Fire protection overall down. General government services down. Solid waste and recycling up. Public library slightly up. Utility services on here is that other 74,000 that we'll get into later. This is also pretty small to look at, but this is just another look, and I've just kind of highlighted the other reserve reduction and the surplus reduction. So when I say the taxation is going up 9.8%, and then I say that equates to about $2.8 million, 2.4 of that is directly related to these two things right here. $400,000 of that was because of things that we've shifted within the organization to deal with inflation and some of those things. The rest of it is because of these two things here. The total expenditures. Again, I think this is an area where certain individuals really like to look at the organization as a whole. So I do put this information in there for you to look at. It's less meaningful by service. So you will have, if you wanted to know, if you were really excited to know how much deployment we did, it's the totals on here, how much we spend on communications, how much we spend on janitorial. This is our organizational wide expense listing. It's there for you to take a look at. We don't go through this line by line with you, but I know it's definitely can be a place of interest. Remember this year, or I should say a reminder of last year, we had brought some FTEs for the board to consider. We talked about asset management, facility manager. We have seen the benefits of having them aboard with us. We have made huge efforts to restructure within the organization. We are not bringing new FTEs to you at this time for consideration. I think that's important. I would say the only wage implication that was outside of our control at this point somewhat is that in the library services, there's a lot, you can imagine, there's a huge amount of staff in library services. And when somebody goes off and we bring in a casual staff member, that has to be covered. So we have made considerations for that. The only other impact is with the libraries around, and this is where we were talking about grant revenue. So usually every year we apply for a number of summer students that work within the libraries over that period of time. And we have not been able to achieve grants through the government as we would have before. So that has become a permanent line right now paid for by taxation instead of grant revenue so that they can utilize those summer students. This is an example of the summary of services for the city of Kamloops. This is, if you were to compare this list to one of the electoral areas, you would definitely see that the electoral areas have a large number of services that wouldn't be included in here because they're very electoral area specific. These are the ones that are considered regional. The regional services being the general government services, local area services. One important thing to remember about the importance of this and why we're not really talking about the tax impact at this time is regional services are set up so that they're charged out by the portion of assessment value that you have. So if you imagine all the municipalities, all the electoral areas, we enter in their assessment values, we total them together, whatever portion of the pie that you have. So you take City of Kamloops for an example, 63% of our assessments are in the City of Kamloops. So 63% of the regional costs are covered by the city. And if you break it down by, and typically the municipalities are the areas that have a lot of population. So those ones usually around the top. But if you look at the taxation distribution, about 49 to 51% for coming in from each of those areas. So electoral area brings in about half of our taxation, municipal brings in about half of our taxation that we collect. It's interesting information to understand, I think, when you're thinking about regional services. The local area services, if you think about solid waste, if you think about E911, those are services where the city of Kamloops has their own. So they're not paying into there, but mainly everybody else is. You have the electoral area menu of services. There is a specific attachment in the budget folder that will show you and break down each of these services and each of the cost expenditures here for you to look at. We do meet with all the electoral area directors and go over specifically their services. And when there's a change in there that's directed by a director, we typically bring that to your attention. And we will definitely go through those when we have our provisional conversation. This is an example, community services and the number of specific services that there are just under that department. So when I said overall, community services expenditures went down, that's a summary of all of these departments. We have that broken down in every area. And I think one of the common misconceptions, we have core services and then we have services that are established by a service establishment bylaw, and that's typically requested by a director. And then a referendum happens and we create a service establishment bylaw. Important to remember, development services is the department. Planning and zoning is a core service. Building standards, those two services are under development services. One is set up by service establishment, one is a core service that we are expected to deliver. Fire protection services. We have a majority of the fire protection services that we run, but we do have some that we provide grant and aid to. Important to remember what is all captured in general government services, because this is certainly an area that is highlighted in the budget as we go through it. General government services has the CAO's department, communications, legislation, corporate services, finance, GIS, IT, business support. It also has the MFA payments that we make on behalf of other municipalities. So that shows up in there as that MFA debt. Just remember, it's directly offset by revenue that's paid to us. And that it's about $13 million that flows through us. And we have solid waste services as the other department. And then you can just see a bit of the breakdown between the alternative waste collection, solid waste management, and then we have the public library system, which is a regional service. So solid waste and public library, both regional services, and also areas that get highlighted, and a lot of conversation that we've had around services and service levels have been within these two areas. A quick look through utility services. Utility services ends up being a bit of an easier conversation at this point, even though it's a very hard topic, because the board did the hard work on this last year. The board really was presented with, I'll say, a conundrum where we have these services, they're functioning, however, they weren't sustainable. We weren't just repeating what Mr. Vieira brought to you, weren't properly putting enough money in those reserves to keep them going. So we have done a lot of that work. The important piece will be the amount of fee increase, and that was a plan that was endorsed by the board last year. So for us to present that information, we're literally implementing the plan that was endorsed by the board. But it does have increased fees pretty much across the board. We did have two areas that didn't increase as much as the others that we really do and did have to revisit this year, because what we could see in the long-term 5-year plan was we were trying to decrease expenditures. We were running out of revenue to pay for the service at that level. So we had to revisit that conversation this year. I just want to pop through here. Utility revenues are comprised of fees, interest, reserve, surplus revenues, parcel tax, and user fees. The expenditures for utilities varies. We have internal costs. So what we do for the admin costs for utility services is charge that out to the other departments. So when I first came in, Mr. Vieira and I both worked on this to make sure that at one point we had some of the costs running through the EA administration taxation part of the budget. We've eliminated that. It's all running through the utility expenditure budget, other than a portion of the wages that would have to be paid for an engineer or for a utility services person to remain with the TNRD. So we've been able to justify that expense remaining. The important part of that is we don't tax, how do I say this appropriately? For utility services, you are not allowed to tax to pay for utility services. So it is very important to keep those two, expenditure and departments, separate. So we wanted to make sure that we are flowing the expenditures through the budget the way that it was intended to be. This is a quick look at the work that was done and the increases that we're seeing for 2026 in the utility services department. This is a quick look at the parcel tax. We do have a few parcel tax areas to collect for capital infrastructure investment with fire protection. It's not something you typically see, but we have done it in these 3 areas. I'm going to go back because this is where I would like to pause to talk about the operating budget, questions you have with the operating budget that we can address and answer for you today. I will then take you through the capital budgets. Then we will pause and go through some debate and questions about specific topics and look for motions from the board for changes prior to provisional. So at this point, with the information that I've provided, I took for granted, or I granted is not the right choice of words. I assumed, which can be bad, but I did it knowing that you guys have had 4 years of me presenting budgets to you. They have been presented consistently in the same way. I made the assumption that the board is probably familiar with the process we go through and where to find the information. So I'd like to turn it over to the board at this point for questions.
All right. Does anyone, okay, Director Grenier, anyone else before we turn, and Director Middleton? Hey, Director Grenier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Carla, for that presentation. Having a difficulty reconciling some of the comments today, but the comments that were directed towards surplus. And I'm just wondering if we could bring up the slide that you showed the decline in surplus. And I'm having difficulty reconciling the surplus and reserve policy, which was worked on by the board with staff and agreed to. Oh, maybe it's, yes. So surplus revenue by year, and you've made the point that we are now at, in 2026, the lowest of those years. And you've made the point that the surplus reserve policy was intentionally set to 10% of the budget. That was the intention of the surplus reserve policy. So in previous years, there was no boundaries on surplus or growth of surplus or carry forward. And the reason for the surplus reserve policy was to contain that and to contain it at a level that everybody thought was the right level. So in your statements of this budget, you say the shift to tighter budgets has led to a reduction in the annual surpluses, as we see on the slide. Reduced surpluses not only limit the ability to respond to unforeseen expenditures, but also heighten the risk of deficits. So I guess what I'm looking for comfort from you is that you agree that the surplus reserve policy that we have adopted is the right approach. Yes, the result is containment of surplus. We're on the right path. And all of the years prior was situations where you had a continual increase in surplus carried forward to the next year. And we've said that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to take that big increase and move that into a reserve. Because otherwise, we're just asking taxpayers to pay more and more and more without the accountability of the spending of the surplus. So I'm just wondering, number one, can you confirm that what I've said is correct? Because you leave an impression to me that, gee, maybe we should be doing something about surplus. And I think we're on the right track with surplus.
Thank you, Chair, through to the board. That's a great question. I am pretty confident that the surplus target of the 10% is working and achievable. I think that it has had the staff pay attention to the surplus in a way that maybe we hadn't focused on before, because you take for granted it just gets carried forward as revenue. So if your surplus is 10% and it's 200,000, or in previous years you were doing 700,000, didn't overly seem to make a difference because it was getting carried forward as revenue. But I think to be responsible to taxpayers and constituents, having the perception that we're continuously not spending all of our budget to amounts much larger than 10% doesn't seem responsible. So I don't believe the TNRD was doing anything wrong before. It just perceptually didn't look great. So I think that we have done the right thing. I think we're at a level right now that I wouldn't want to push it anymore. It seems to be working. I'd like to see it play out for a couple more years and just make sure that we're not creating situations that are putting us at risk. Because I think each year we do get asked to push and push more to reduce expenditures. So we try to do our best, put our best foot forward. If we reduce more expenditures now, I think we would dive more into surplus. So the combination of the two comments is where I think it creates me more reserve, maybe a bad word to use, but anyway, the surplus itself, I think the policy is working and I think we have hit the right target. We also, during provisional, will bring you back when we have better year-end numbers. We'll bring you back a schedule of where we landed in each service with surplus, and we'll explain if we have more than 10%, if we have less than 10%, you'll see that.
Supplemental to that? So thank you for that explanation and clarification. Earlier today, also on the issue of surplus, Director Ranta raised the hump, I'll call it, from going in development services up to 26%. And your explanation of that was, well, that's the effect of the surplus being carried forward. And we've talked about it in years past about maybe we should be removing the application of surplus to a subline underneath the full expenses. So we have the expenses and then get a subtotal and then add the surplus. So we can very clearly see that the hump is because of the surplus, because when we add the surplus into the expense category with all the other expenses that were actually out of pocket, we're really mixing, I think, apples and oranges. It makes it more difficult for Director Ranta and I to see the impact that surplus is distorting the effect of the development services in every other area where the surplus goes in. So I'm just wondering in the presentation if it's possible, or if you would say it's advisable, if we could have surpluses and reserves application outside of the expense and revenue side, and then have the complete number. So you have a subtotal, and then you have the application of surplus and reserve, which is what the board, what the staff are recommending, and then the total. That would then very clearly show those results.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the board, just a bit of clarification, because I think in talking to Director Grenier before, we had a little bit of a misalignment and understanding of what was happening. So I just want to clarify. What we do for the surplus is everybody has a budget of expenditures. Let's, for simplicity's sake, say the total expenditures are $100,000. And for us, we say, okay, if you come in at 10% lower than $100,000, you're within that 10% surplus limit. I think when we discussed this before, you had a thought where we give them $100,000 budget, but there's actually maybe another number of $10,000 that's allowable to go over that number. But that, to be able to budget that way doesn't work well for us. So I just want to make sure that everybody has the understanding. We give everybody a budget of expenditures. They are able to come in 10% under that budget, and we consider that reasonable. If they're coming in 25% below that budget, we would have to give a reason if it's on a project or something like that. As long as we're aligned on our understanding of the treatment of the budget right now, to have the surplus separated out from expenditures at this time would mean creating a different line and recalculating expenditures over surplus. So I'm not sure if that's what you were looking for.
Sorry. Well, you've used the example 100 and then 10. I'm using the example 90 and 100.
Okay.
So that you would show 90 is the true expenditures that the department thinks that they're going to spend. Then there's another $10,000 of surplus to bring the budget to 100,000. Two things would happen. The 10% that we are looking to marry into our surplus policy is very visible. It's not buried in the 100,000, it's 90 and 10. The second thing is that we can see whether our revenue streams match up with the 90. So if our taxation and our grants are not there, we can very clearly see that that surplus is either going to be spent or carry forward. And I think your explanation in the example of development services is, yeah, it's there because we're carrying it forward over the year, but then it's zero, and it's really not going to be because we think it's going to carry forward again. So it helps us if we separate out that surplus away from the real expenditures to see what the impact is. I'm thinking.
Thank you, Chair, through to the board and Director Grenier. So I think I'm gonna have to take that away and think about it. I'm gonna let or have Jamie comment on that from, you know, his side of managing an expenditure budget like that. Right now, you would be able to see the surplus by looking at our budget actuals, and you would see revenues have come in, expenses have been spent, the difference between the both at the bottom. So if you have $100,000 worth of revenue, you spent 50,000, the surplus is 50,000. And you can see that in the actuals. That direct surplus at the end of the year, which is your revenue minus your expenses, exactly matches the number that gets carried forward as revenue. So there is a way to see it. It's not as explicit as you're stating there, but I do have to take that away and give it some thought. It's not something I can envision here. Jamie?
Thank you. And this is good discussion. I think maybe I could just try explain from my perspective. And I think there's some confusion around how our policy operates. So to clarify, maybe a better way to think of it is, or maybe in the future, we should have a separate policy, one called surplus, one called reserve, because they are two separate ones. Okay, so forget the term reserve for a minute. The way we deal with surplus is we do not budget for any surplus. Surplus just happens to be however much is left over. What our policy states is that we as budget managers should not be exceeding 10% surplus at the end of the year. Because if we are exceeding it, then it could be perceived that we are collecting more taxation than we needed. If we exceed a 10% surplus, then we come back to the board and give an explanation of why we are exceeding it. So we do not budget for having any surplus whatsoever. We budget for what we want, what we need, understanding that legislatively we can't run a deficit. So we need to make sure that we're conservative enough in our budget that we do not go into a deficit, but also make sure we do not budget so high that our surplus exceeds 10%, and if we are, we're accountable to the board. Completely separate from that, which hasn't even got to the discussion yet, is around the reserve policy, which is different. That would be a different line item where we budget to put money into reserve. Maybe I just said the same thing all over again, but I just felt like there was some confusion. I thought I could try add something to the conversation.
I appreciate the clarity. And also I would point out that legislatively, we're actually not allowed to budget surplus. So that's what leads me to have to take this away, because we couldn't have a line called allowable surplus. So I would have to think about how we would position that.
Director Middleton, and then Director Karpuk, and then Director Lepso.
Thank you. So just switching gears just a little, and I wonder if we can bring into the conversation the Film Commission. So the numbers there are significant, you know, increase. It will affect our taxation with those kind of numbers in there. So I'm not entirely familiar with all the ins and outs of film commission and whatnot, but I think if we're looking at trying to look at ways to decrease our tax increase and where we're going to have room is that an area, I don't want to call it of opportunity. Sorry, Terry. I'm sure you probably expected with that number up there that there was going to be questions and you know, information that we're going to require to be able to sort of, you know, approve the budget with that. So I don't know quite where to start on that, but that 16% increase is a bit of an eye popper when we look at some of the other departments, the other increases and where we're going. So I don't know if I could just have a bit of information or response. And if my question is too generic for you to sort of answer properly, but what can we do with about that number, I'm going to say.
Thank you, Chair, through to the board and Director Middleton. The number itself is a little bit misleading. The importance, so the taxation required in 26 was 308,000. The taxation in 2025 was 265,000. There's about a $40,000 increase there. So the numbers that we're talking about aren't huge dollars. There's a transfer to reserve that is required there for operating. That's $20,000. That makes up $20,000 of that 40. The other small differences are coming from the scouting costs and their specific projects. So the scouting itself, I'll just turn it to, is Terry here? So Terry, did you want to talk to the scouting directly?
Speak to this if you want.
There we go. So the increase of scouting funds or costs, pardon me, is actually coming directly from grants that we're applying for as well. So you'll see an increase of costs going to our administrative costs to manage those grants. So if we weren't successful with those grants, the tax increase actually won't be as high. So it's almost like being successful with the grants gives us those opportunities to do more work, but it also costs a little bit more in order to operate. So it's about a $10,000 to bring in close to $200,000.
Thanks. I know that grants are sort of part of it, but I think it's really hard to project or put a tax increase on in anticipation of grants coming in to sort of make that successful. Is there a way to pull out or to, I'm going to say, somewhat change the I don't want to sort of call it reporting, but is there a way that we can modify the expenses as in your workload or what's expected of the film commission to, if you are successful in getting grants and you can add in or basically do at no cost to taxation additional work that's supported by grants, sort of separate is can we lean that down to this is the basic cost of providing the services as mandated, and then do we have to look at those services and say, well, those are nice to haves and maybe not have to haves, and then, you know, grants to sort of to budget in anticipation of grants as being our way of funding things. I think given the nature of the economics, both provincially and nationally and whatnot, I think all grant funds are at risk. That's perhaps, I don't know if you sort of get the gist of what I'm saying or sort of saying is how can we skinny that budget and that expectation back? And then if a grant is received, and we can do some other additional work through grant funding, and whether you have to sort of hire somebody on that's tied in with a grant to sort of actually do the work because you don't have staff capacity yourself. But I don't know, I'm leery to sort of see, tax increases and work being done in anticipation of grants as being our source of funding for it.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to dive into some details about this budget that might help. The total amount of grants anticipated in film for 2026 is $265,000, of which is directly offset by expenses. So the grants and the related expenses actually wipe them, it nets out, is what I'm trying to say there. The work being done would only be done if those grants are received, if that makes sense. So we wouldn't actually expend that money unless we receive the grant money. So that is actually an impact to taxation. The overall film commission budget is $603,000. If you were to remove the grant portion of that work, the budget itself is about $338,000, of which we're taxing for $308,000 of that. So the basic work that the Film Commission does, that budget costs about $338,000. A majority of that is wages, it's people. The other portions of that are the admin fee, which is a larger percent of the overall budget. There's a bit of marketing and advertising, but I think if you eliminate those larger components, like the scouting that's related to grant, you would find that that's very minimally just supporting the staff that's doing the work right now. So the other component of this is for that $308,000 of what the Film Commission does with two people, the economic return on that department there specifically is quite impactful. It's hard to quantify because we don't see it directly paid back to the TNRD. All the regions see that. And the amount of that $308,000 is actually split up between all the EAs and all the municipalities. So the actual dollar impact to each of you is quite minimal. But I do see and I do hear the intent. I just want to make sure there's no confusion there that the grant work is supported by the grant revenue and it only occurs if we get the grants.
Yeah, so I can see that then. So if we're saying that the increase to the Film Commission budget is basically related to wage and cost of administration increases, why then is that not number coming back down to more what is like a 4.5 or a 5% increase as opposed to 16 that's showing up on the report? Because that's what jumps out. Like, I think if that number had come in the ballpark of what sort of the cost of living increases are, or what we sort of know different percentages, and thinking that we're sort of into year 2 or year 3 of some of these significant cost increases that we've seen since, COVID ended and inflation took over and all the rest of the stuff. So we're sort of seeing from last year's budget to this year's budget, the only increase we should potentially be seeing is a percentage increase for some of the cost of living increases perhaps that are being incurred. So I can't connect that number I see up there back to basically the cost of doing business, shall we say, when has what the Film Commission is asked for or is delivering, is there more work involved than what there had been the year before? So have we come back to the Film Commission and said, we want to add this onto your work plate we want you to do it for nothing, or we recognize that there's a cost and here's X cost, so we're going to give you an increase in your budget of such and such amount. But I haven't sort of gone in or say done like a deep dive to sort of say, is the work performed last year and this coming year ahead of us, is that changing significantly? Is where are these increases coming from if they are related to cost of wages and administration? So I don't know if that's kind of where I'm at with that.
For clarification, this 16% increase, I mean, we're always warning about a 16% increase. Oh my goodness, what is that in dollars?
The total is about $42,000.
Thank you.
The amount of actual expenditure increase. So last year, they had a credit. They had a surplus last year of $60,000. And that surplus, I'm trying to find the best way to explain this. So the operating expenditures last year were about $328,000. They're $345,000 this year. That's $16,000 increase directly related to services, wages, transfer to reserve. That $16,000 is actually very minimal impact. The amount of the admin fee went up significantly because it's charged based on a percentage of their operating budget. So as soon as that grant work went in there and inflated that, the admin fee went up quite a bit because of that grant work that's included in there. But again, I think I'm just going to muddy the conversation by including that. We're talking about $16,000. We had a credit of a surplus. So we underspent last year. So that money came forward and gave us a tax reduction. But we don't have that surplus carrying forward next year. So right away, to operate the exact same, we're being taxed more because we don't have the benefit of having a surplus carry forward. So there's a couple factors in here. No surplus carry forward. There is an increase in the transfer to reserve slightly, and the admin fee went up. That's it. So we're talking about $16,000 in operating costs overall.
Okay, thank you. And that does help clarify it a little bit. So just my last question then will be on it is just then, if there is considered to be an admin fee on grants that we receive. So if we receive a $100,000 grant, which is in turn going to affect the admin fee by $15,000, is the cost of that admin fee taken out of the grant money, or do we spend the 100,000 on the grant and then incur an additional 15,000 to be able to actually process or actually use the grant? So is that 15,000? Do we take the 100,000? Do we spend 85 of it on the grant and retain 15,000 of that to put back in towards the admin costs of that grant?
Through the chair, great question. Anytime we can recover the administration fee through the grant, we do. For provincial grants, we're usually allowed to charge up to a 10% administration fee. Our policy for administration fee is usually 3 or 5%, which allows us to recover the full administration fee. What we do for our administration fee is we charge it based on budget. If they don't spend the grant money or the grant's not received, we refund the administration charge to the service. So does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Director Karpak.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CFO Fox and Austin, for your work on this. I guess a couple of questions just for clarity. With regards to surplus in that 10% range, and you've, I think clearly, at least for me, given an understanding of why we budget the way we do and that you don't budget for surpluses. They just happen. Am I correct in understanding that in those budgets, there's also the risk factors that are built into budgets because of unexpected costs? So you sort of give a bit of a fudge margin. I don't know if that's the right term, but hey, it might be a $10 widget, it might be an $11 widget, we need 10. Those costs get built into the budget by staff in every department or every service. And at the end of the year, if it comes in, it was only $10, well, there's our surplus of a dollar. Am I correct in sort of that understanding? And I have a couple other supplemental.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually the first time I've heard it actually referred to as a fudge, but if it only tasted that good. We do have some contingency in our numbers. So we have to reasonably budget to what we know. There is some contingency. If you think about something like legal or contracted services, sometimes we spend nothing on legal. So we know that, and that gives us a little bit of room. So usually we're trying to build in more of this 10% contingency overall to make sure that we have that flexibility.
So supplemental to that, and I think it's really important to understand the difference between surplus revenue and reserves. Reserves get built up over time intentionally, as I understand it. I'm a member of a strata board for a business that I own. And we have to, under the Strata Act, have a review, a depreciation report, I think is the exact term, that addresses all the assets that we're required to manage for our strata is under provincial legislation. So we create a contingency reserve. Everyone pays into it. Does this happen with the TNRD? Maybe, excuse my entrance, do we have something like that where we're intentionally building a reserve by department or group within there? Is that something that we have, or did I miss that?
Thank you, Chair, through to the board. So we have in the reserve policy an allowance to have up 1 to 2 months worth of operating expenditures within an operating reserve. That would be really a contingency type reserve. We don't right now, we do in the policy have the ability to create an unplanned expenditure reserve under the board approval. We don't really have any of those type of reserves that have been created on purpose. We also we have not met the goal of the 1 to 2 months. So in some areas we have enough, in some areas we don't have enough, and in some areas we have a bit too much. We have done that analysis to bring the conversation to the board. So there is a bit of flexibility there, and we do have a plan to make sure that we're responsible. The other piece I would say on there, it is difficult because if you have 100 services, we would have to have 100 separate contingency reserves to keep them all separate. It's not like under the municipal umbrella where we can mix and mash. So it does make it a little bit more administratively a burden to try and create those and manage them. So we try to manage within what we have.
Thank you. My last comment, if I look back at, I really do appreciate the presentation. I think each one of us got tax by services that proposed. This is exceptionally helpful if you look at it as dollars and cents, because percentages scare the crap out of people. And I think back to council we had here in Kamloops a couple of years ago, and I think of Chair Roden's commentary about utility rates. And we recommended a 25% utility rate. People lost their minds. 25% tax increase. And when we drilled it down, we were dealing with people paying literally $1.01 per day. And we said, hey, you know, we're not making the grade utilities pay for your utilities, so we're looking at a 26% or 26-cent increase. And people are, oh, well, that's not that bad. So I have a hard time when we look at percentage because it's not based on a number that people can relate to. So I think in the commentary I've heard, whether it's the Film Commission or other things, if there was almost a second column of what does that mean in dollars and cents up there? Like if the Film Commission's 16% increase on $42,000 versus 16% on $1 million, there you could see a massive reason why people could get upset, but the confusion is great. So I do appreciate, I think this is one of the greatest things that your department has put out. I think we just need to relate that more to all of us as to what it really means as dollars and cents, not percentages. And thank you for the work.
Thanks. Just want to jump in with the film commission here. I just looked it up to make sure I wasn't, unlike Mr. Vieira, making up my numbers here. Um, throwing shade. Last year, 2024, the film commission estimates that, filming brought 9.75 million into our region, just our region. And just looking at the numbers here, Village of Ashcroft residents pay 55 cents per 100,000 of assessed value. So for the I'd say, well, most Ashcroft houses, most property owners, then you're paying $2.75 a year for the film commission, towards the film commission, for a $9.75 million investment. And granted, that wasn't all in Ashcroft or Cache Creek or immediately around Ashcroft, but I am very much a fan of the "a rising tide floats all boats" theory. So that if people are coming to our region and filming, I was up at the one that was filming on the Ashcroft Reserve. Yes, and they were saying, I was talking to one of the fellows who was involved in the production, and he had been in Ashcroft with Unfinished Life, I believe. And he remembered how much fun he'd had and how good an experience it had been. And so he was one of the ones, I believe, who recommended that they come back to the area and film in our area because he'd been here before. So again, we get that spin-off effect. So just wanted to say that about the films. And how we have had a couple more, several out in the Ashcroft area recently. It's always very exciting. I have Director Lepso, Director Houghton. You've got one tiny supplemental.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you for the indulgence, Chair. As a member of the SILGA directors, I have reached out to our general manager, executive director, I forget what Corinne's title is. Next week on Friday, here in Kamloops at the Coast Hotel from 10 till 3, there is a educational seminar, lunch and light snacks provided, financial governance for elected officials, budgeting and financial planning educational seminar. Understanding what we're going through right now, to really dive deep, if this is what you want to understand it, to understand what this means. This is for elected officials and staff. This is being put on by, and CFO Fox may know this person, Christopher Payne from Fit Local Government Consulting, who is well recognized by his peers, Chief Financial Officer, Director of Finance Asset Management, District of Bay, recognized for work around the world by GFO ABC and many other recipient awards at UBCM and FCM. So if you want to know more about what we're getting into, I pass this along to Scott Hildebrand, our CAO. If you want to know more, reach out to Scott. He has the connection, and Corinne has reopened it. It was supposed to close on Monday. If anyone wants to take it in, she'll reopen it and keep it till Friday, is my understanding. So thank you for the indulgence, and if people want to learn more, specifically about what we're going through and how this works and get to the meat and potatoes of how those numbers come up and how they're presented to us in our organization and all your peers who are not here within your boards, please, this is something that I think will be well received. It's also running in Kelowna if you're interested on the 13th. So that's 13th in Kelowna, 14th here at the coast, 10 till 3. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you. That ends the advertising segment. We'll go back to questions. I have Director Lepso and Director Houghton. That was more of a PSA, really, not an ad. Director Lepso, then Director Houghton.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'd also like to comment on surpluses and reserves. And I think my comments are somewhat similar to what Director Karpuk just mentioned, but I might be a little simpler. And so usually in the Village of Chase, when we budget for something, we always add in a contingency, or we have one built in. This way we don't have to come back for a budget amendment halfway through the year. And because of this, the surplus in some cases is inevitable. It's never a problem when we budget too much money. It's more of a problem when we don't have enough. And last year, we got quite a good chunk of interest on money we had in reserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Houghton.
Accounting isn't my cup of tea, but I was just comments of Director Middleton's about the Film Commission. I'm just looking at, similar to what Director Roden said, in Area L, the total cost per 100,000 is projected in 2026 of $94, of which the Film Commission is 55 cents, the library is $14, and solid waste is 41. So the Film Commission doesn't look like they've got a lot of wiggle room, even though those percentiles, like Director Carpuck said, can be misleading. So second part of my statement is, and I've heard this in other areas, and I'd like somebody from accounting to kind of agree or explain. I've heard that when you're projecting a budget in the times that we're in today, that you automatically need a 5% increase the following year just to cover for inflation and all the things that are happening in the world. Then you take it from there and run with whatever you really need. Is that a true statement, or does that happen? Is that a true accounting principle?
Thank you, Chair, through to the board and Director Houghton. Absolutely. We definitely in the finance department have gone through a number of different training and educational seminars that say the reasonable way to budget is to make sure that you account for some of those unpredictable factors. We know that inflation has been high in the past years. It's come down somewhat. We try to take that into account. We do look with fresh eyes every year, even though the 5-year plan builds in some inflationary measures. We do give that fresh eyes to make sure that in some areas that it might not be needed. We definitely build into the plan 3 to 5% cost or inflationary increase in the areas it does make sense. Sometimes, like insurance or utilities, when I'm talking about gas or hydro, we know or we're given some advance notice, so we try to take into account some of those increases as well to make sure that they're projected out right. So I'd say fairly, especially if you include wage impacts on top of that, that seemingly a lot of times with collective agreements seem out of our control. A 5% amount is a fair amount to reasonably budget for cost increases in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this point? Director Laird.
Thank you, Chair. I had this conversation with the CFO Fox during the break. The unknown that we have right now is what the assessment authority is going to do for our revenue coming in. I understand that it could possibly be as much as 6% decrease. And we're doing I really enjoy these sessions. We have an opportunity to lay out where your financial plan is going and all the changes that we need to make. But what do we do if we do get the 6%? And how would that be paid for? How would you generate that in our tax brackets?
Yeah, so I want to just make sure that everybody is clear that the change in the pipeline assessment won't impact the amount of money that the TNRD collects. So the change in the assessment value, if you think about each of your areas, you're made up of a number of different classes. So you have residential, business, utility class. Utility class pays 3.5% or 3.5 times more than a resident. So if you know in your area, and I think area B comes to mind because that's the one that seems largely the most impacted. There's about 5% residential taxation there. So they'll get a bill from the TNRD to pay for taxes. That bill won't change, but who pays that bill will change. So if 95% of that bill was being paid by the utility class, And the other 5% was being paid up by the other classes in residential. As soon as that goes down by 27%, the other 27% has to be redistributed in the other classes. So that's where the impact comes in. That's what we're trying to project the impact so you guys can understand what that means to a resident. So the percentage right now, the other impact of this is if you think about your overall assessment value. So as soon as all your assessment values in all your areas change, the way we distribute regional costs also changes. So unless you all go down the same amount, the regional cost allocation is going to change, which we haven't factored in because we don't know that change for the municipalities. So another important factor to kind of keep in mind there. And we are working with individual electoral areas to kind of give them an indication with the numbers that we have, what it might look like. And we have done that for Director Onslow and Director Grenier.
Director Grenier?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm wondering if it's a time, if we could speak to the solid waste costs and the opportunities that might be there. Is it an appropriate time now, or should I hold that question till a later time?
Thank you, Chair, through to Director Grenier. If we could get through the questions, I just have to quickly run you through the capital and then we can run through the motion. So if the general questions, once we conclude that portion, run you through the capital, can go right to the direction from the board.
Any more general questions, just to clarify something or to get a bit of further information about something we've just heard? I think what CFO Fox is saying, what CFO Fox is saying is that if you have or are thinking of making a motion directing staff to look into finding savings in a certain area, hold on to that one until the end. Director Morris.
I think I'm okay on the roster on the agenda. Very quick question. I'm still internally debating the return on investment on elements of the Film Commission and the investments. And so I am curious if we're going to be sort of able to address that at some point as well, maybe a bit more of an in-depth kind of conversation around the ROI that we are getting specific to that. That would be kind of helpful.
Sorry, you're looking to find out more information about
what over time, I suspect there has been analysis on the return on investment of the film industry. And more than anything, I have some curiosities on the level of investment being put in and what ROI that we're getting. That was the only one that was crossing my mind at this point in time. Thanks.
Thank you. CFO Fox.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to make sure that I check in with Terry in the back here. I wanted to check if something had been done like that more recently, or if that's something that might need to come up in the motions from you, Director Morris, just looking for further detail on the film industry. So I'm just going to look at Terry here for a sec. Did you want to? Okay.
So I have been able to go around to the various municipalities. I believe that City of Kamloops is my only one left remaining, kind of going over what it is that the Film Commission does and what the impact is and how we track it, how we monitor it, how the data comes in. So I am able to sit with you one-on-one so that we can go through those points if you would like, so that I can go into further clarity of what it is the Film Commission does and how we see that direct correlation.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I'm just more than anything, obviously I've been supportive of it over time, but just what systemic, I suppose, changes that may be occurring in terms of the benefits that we may accrue and what's changing. So that can happen offline, but that was just one of the questions that I had.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions right now? No. All right, CFO Fox.
As we discuss further later on, after I go through the capital, if you guys have questions after that pertain to the departments, I thought I included this one in the slide, so I just wanted to bring it up quickly with the help of Justin here. I was able to get the dollar value. So when we were talking about the film commission and the dollar value impact, when we thought about the 16%, we were talking about the $42,000. This will better help inform conversation going forward, but this information is also in your summary budget attachment, right near the front, if you want to look at that as well. All right, so we're going to move into the capital expenditure by department. The first column is the 2025, it says CF, that means carry forward. What that means for you guys is that is really the capital projects that were approved for 2025. We typically don't revisit looking for approval for that or going through that in detail because those were projects that you would be familiar with seeing over the last year. The ones we would really highlight are the ones through 2026. And similarly to how the operating budget is broken down, these ones are also summarized and broken down by department. So we can see that the total of $15 million is being carried forward from 2025 and about $9 million of it are new projects. Large amount of our capital is funded by grant funding or the Community Works Fund. That is extremely important for the health and the continuation of the investment into our infrastructure. There are other revenue sources that you see in there. We have the Library Enhancement Reserve. We have a bit of miscellaneous grant revenue identified, and we have some strata capital that we work through there. And you can see at the very top, when we require borrowing, you also see that as a funding source. Now, this is not easy on the eyes. So I would recommend, if you want to go to your attachments in the capital budget, that you would see the detail of the capital that is being run through each department. One of the other things that we did for the benefit of the electoral area directors is we also have a report that breaks down the capital projects by the region or the area. And I think that's helpful when an electoral area director wants to see the impact of what they're doing in their area. We have had some success over the last year as well with the shift of UBCM from using the Community Works funds for third-party projects has left some funds in areas where they typically had given more money out for third parties. We've been able to actually access some of that money to support solid waste project, library project. And I think that's a really, really great start for us as looking at those funds to fund more regional type of services and infrastructure. So you will see a little bit of that that's been brought through here as well. Right now, this is highlighting the projects that are over $250,000. And I think in one of the first budget presentations I did, I'm looking at Director Grenier because we thought, okay, these lists are really long. How do we give you guys a good look at these higher priority items? And we did that by kind of sifting out anything that's under $250,000 so that you could see that the larger budget items separated out. So that is why that one is showing there for you like that. You can see that on that list, we have under the fire protective services, we have the E911 upgrade to mountaintop repeaters. We have an investment into a tender at Blackpool, a pumper at Little Fort, fire protection. We have a tender in McClure, And you can see those ones spread out over the 5-year financial plan. What you'll see on this list here is the ones specific to 2026. So important reminder that this doesn't contain the 5-year, and looking at time today, I probably am not going to have time to go through specific detail on the 5-year plan with you guys. But know that it's there. We will spend some more time going through it through the provisional, just so that you can see those impacts further out. But the information is there for you to review. We also have the new station, the Tobiano Fire Protection Service number in 2026. We have the ERP system. And in another report, it actually lists these all out and tells you how they're being funded. The ERP system is being funded through our accumulated surplus. And we are going to bring you a report on that actually is going to reduce that by probably about $1 million. So we're coming in more at about the $1.82 million mark rather than the $3 million mark, which I think is a good news story. We have the building roof being looked at. We have library books, and I guess this is a good place to talk about the capital in the library system. So the books here are capitalized and they're paid for out of the capital budget. It is important for us every year to make sure that we are transferring enough into our reserve to at least pay for the books every year. And then we have also other capital investments throughout the library that we are paying for. So being able to tap into our Community Works Fund to fund capital projects is extremely helpful to the library. They also have some restricted reserves for things where we receive money for Lytton Library, where we have earmarked money for Sun Peaks, and where we have earmarked money for Dufferin for capital investment. The utility services is always an area where we have larger expenditures on capital. Right now, we have the Paul Lake treatment plant in there for about $957,000. We also have the water main replacement for Blue River captured within the 2026 budget. There are a long list of projects and items. I do not want to take up your time reading through those, but what I would like to do is entertain that if there are questions that you have around capital projects in your area or what you've seen, something that you would like to discuss here today, this would be the time to ask your question. Ooh,
Hey,
look at
no
that.
hands. All right.
We must have done a really great job at putting this together for you. We have so much detail in here. I know we probably lose you in the amount of detail that we've provided, but hopefully you can see the important things that you want in your area have been addressed. I think we do a really good job of having our operations manager talk to the directors about specific projects in their area and incorporate those within the plan. If there are anything specific between now and the provisional that you would like more detail on, certainly can reach out to us on that. I know that we requested to see if you guys had some motions ahead of time that we could help with. There were a couple questions that came out about capital. So I anticipate that as we move into some direction coming from the board, some of those things might come out at that time.
Oh, go ahead. If you've got a question
On the solid waste,
on,
the solid waste, I had deferred.
so this is where you want them to do some investigation and come back?
Yes, on solid waste.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yep. No, we're gonna hold all of those to the end because we anticipate that other people will have areas that they want to see some possible reductions. And I'm gonna throw Corporate Officer Jeremiah under the bus here and say she's going to give a fulsome explanation as to what we're looking for, right? That's what you told me yesterday. But I think we'll wait until Ms. Fox CFO Fox has finished her presentation here, And we've had all the general questions. That was an interesting point. Could you give me some more information on that kind of thing? And then we're going to explain what we're looking for in terms of to come back to this group. Okay, so CFO Fox.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the board. To finish off my presentation today, I just wanted to touch on the reserve funds. The reserve funds, again, like everything else, are broken down by department. They're also broken down by area. There is a very long list of reserve funds, the longest I've ever had to work with in my life. And we get to manage those independently. It is quite a treat for us. We do have a system now where when we work with the budget managers on the capital plan and they actually input a project, they pick where it's funded from, we just hit a little button and it refreshes. So almost like bankers, we can tell you what the balance is in the reserve fund. So we're working very effectively and efficiently. It is very, it is essential for us to make sure that the 5-year capital plan that we put in front of you is funded. So that means that we have a long spreadsheet of reserve funds that have money going in and out every year, and we look to make sure that that is not going into the negative. And we're also doing the layered work of the reserve policy and ensure that the balances that we're trying to meet are being met. That piece hasn't been layered in, and it is not fully working yet, but we will bring that discussion to you. Nope, going the wrong way, going the wrong way. Sorry. I knew that was gonna be scary for this time of day. The reserve summary will show you that slow trajectory of reserves being built up over time. I guess the biggest issue here is the reserves seem healthy. A large portion of those reserves that make up those amounts are in three or four different reserve categories, departments, and then the rest are all very small. So library reserve, development services reserve, solid waste reserve, those are the larger buckets. The other ones are much smaller than that. The other piece of this is the utilities reserves that are being funded in a more healthy manner. Those ones look like we've done some good work to those ones there. I am going to leave the conversation at that because I think I have filled your brain enough. You have a lot of documentation you can read through. I am not going through all of this detail with you. That was there for my reference. So you've got a 5-year schedule of reserves. You'll be able to see the reserve balances going up over time. It is important to note that there are earmarked restricted reserves in general government services that we can go over with you if you want to reach out to us. And I'm going to leave it at that. We can address any questions that might be looming in regards to this, or if the board is eager and ready, we can move into more conversation and debate about the service level reduction conversation.
So, okay, Director Sal, so this is just general. I'd like a bit more information, or you mentioned something. Could you just tell me a bit more about it? And then we will go into the reduction of service conversation. So Director Sal.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, yeah, that slide's perfect. I'm pretty sure the answer, but I just want to double check. That assumption of the 5-year reserve numbers there, that's already the asset management plan, like to replace infrastructure and stuff. That's the expenses for that. That's already factored into these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, through to the board and Director Sal. The fully functioning asset management plan itself is not fully in here. What I would say is, yes, this does take into account the assets that we have listed now and what we believe we have to do over the next 5 to 10 years. You see a 5-year trajectory. We have a bit of a 10-year one that we try to work with. We do have master plans and plans within the different departments that inform this. We have a facilities master plan that we use right now without further condition assessments or details. We use that right now to inform the decisions of what we need in those facilities. For an example, Ian works with the libraries every year. They go through that list and they determine what's a priority and what needs to be pushed out. So there is asset management planning happening in here. It's just not happening to the full extent of what we would have Mr. Wineski and the asset management group help to inform.
Any other general questions? All right, thank you very much, CFO Fox. Director Grenier.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CFO Fox. And I guess what I gather from the presentation is that the two areas that are significantly impacting the drawdown of reserves and the issues of surplus was development services. We talked about that earlier today, and maybe part of the solution is to look at the fees. So just park that aside, the development services. The other big one is our solid waste management, our situation there. And if I've got that correct, we had a massive reduction, unanticipated, of construction waste reduction in fees. Plus, we had a contract renewal that was very large in 2023. The impact, the full impact we're seeing now, because the first year straddled half a year, but we're now seeing the big impact of that contract renewal. So those two events are drawing down on the solid waste reserve, as we can see on this one. And recently, we've had the opportunity to see that there might be some savings in both the tipping fee and the transportation fee with the opening up of the TTES site. And staff have brought that to us, and there's roughly $108,000 of savings. So if I've got this budget right, I think it's $700,000 of money is going from reserves, I think, to solid waste to pay for that shortfall. And if we continue on that road, if we don't do anything different, we're just going to eat down the reserve, which is not the optimal thing to do. So in the discussions that we've had at the Solid Waste Committee, there was the idea that, gee, maybe there's some more savings if we looked at some kind of procurement of tipping fees or location. And we said, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, save that $108,000. But in light of this, I'm just wondering if there's a lot more depth that we might be able to find some savings. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I asked Director Ranta in the last few weeks, gee, would there be any interest of the landfill over in the Cache Creek area to maybe reduce their tipping fees so that we might realize some savings? That was a question that I asked, and I don't know if staff want to review that. And then I had asked staff, the board, the committee, Solid Waste, had asked the staff if reopening one of the stations that we have might make some sense. So here we are with a big hole. The biggest single item across all of ours, other than I guess the city of Kamloops, is the solid waste. And it seems to me that we get more bang for our buck if we find a solution or several $100,000 more savings, if that's possible, by going to city of Kamloops, to Cache Creek, to our own landfill site. Is there potentially any kind of big ticket savings that we could get by looking in those kinds of directions? Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, I totally appreciate that commentary from Director Grenier, and everything you said is correct in terms of what we've been doing around the reserves. But I guess to answer your specific question, I'll repeat what I said earlier today. I don't believe there's any significant I'm confident there's no significant savings to be found without cutting services. So I feel like we're already getting good value with our, where we're sending our waste. I mean, your comment about the Cache Creek landfill, we actually had an increase in fees from that landfill, and we may be reassessing where all the material is going. That increase happened a couple of years ago. So, and to repeat what CFO Fox said earlier as well, is we've spent multiple years going through these budget with a fine-tooth comb and have cut out a lot of things that were not necessary that we could trim down on because we knew this line item would be under a microscope, rightfully so. It's the biggest line item. So what I put back to the board is if you want us to reduce the budget, which is a reasonable ask, then please give a specific direction of what services you would like us to cut, and we could come back with you at options. So for example, reducing hours of operation or reducing the number of transfer stations that are opening, or the other opportunity is increasing fees. So similar to what Mr. Kraus said, we could also, on the planning, on the building permit side, we could also look at on the solid waste side, increasing the price of a bag of garbage to drop off from $1 to $2 would result in an estimated $100,000 increased revenue. Or increasing the fees across the board by 5% would also increase revenue by an estimated $100,000. So those, I'm just putting those out as food for thought for discussion. I believe there's other directors who have comments and maybe motions on this matter, but I'll leave my comments at that for now.
And just for clarity, what we were hoping was that if someone, for example, did have a recommendation they wanted to put forward along the lines of, I would like to direct staff to look at what savings could be made to the solid waste budget by reducing hours of the transfer station. Yeah, so that's just an example. If whoever wants to make it could craft it, maybe write it down so that we could put it up on the screen. So then everyone can read what is being proposed and then we can have that discussion. If it's a recommendation to staff that they go off and look at something and then bring it back to us, we can make that motion, we can vote on it here. It is a one person, one vote. Because it is not involving spending any money or touching any budgets. It is just directing staff to go off and find some information and bring it back to us. So that is not a weighted vote. If any of these do come back to us at such a time when we are now being asked to vote on, we're going to make these cuts to X service in order to save this money, then that becomes a weighted vote. But that cannot be done at the committee level. That has to be done at the board meeting level. So I hope I've made it as clear as mud. Director Grenier?
Well, you started your first comments, you almost drafted the motion that I would like to make to ask staff to go back.
I'm
to
psychic.
Look and propose perhaps to the board reduced hours of operation that might achieve significant savings for us to consider.
Right.
Like
So Corporate Officer Jeremiah, we did talk, or no, CEO Hildebrand and I talked yesterday about having it so that it can be put up on the screen. Someone makes a recommendation like this that we are going to be voting on, that it can be put up on the screen for everyone to be able to read, to see exactly what it is that we're discussing and exactly what they're voting on. What is the easiest way to make that happen? The answer is there is no easy way to make that happen.
That would be correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there we go.
I think what we can do is we can either have these written down on paper, just finalize them so that they are proper motions and put them up on the screen. If we can do that over perhaps like a quick break, that would be wonderful, and we can maybe accommodate everybody's suggestions.
Okay, so so give everyone 5 minutes if like, we see that Director Kerslake obviously got the email yesterday and he wrote it out, etc. So thank you. It's a blue ribbon or a gold star or something there. So do we want to take 5 minutes? Do people think they might have a recommendation that they want to make that they haven't written down and they want to take 5 minutes to craft it? Pardon me? Okay. Corporate Officer Jeremiah.
Sorry, I was just going to say that Director O'Toole has his hand up.
Yep, no, I've got Directors Grenier, Kerslake, Thorpe, O'Toole, Houghton. I've got Director Smith here. Anyone else that I've missed? Okay. So Director Grenier, maybe you just want to take a couple of minutes to write down whatever it is, and we'll go on to Director Kerslake, who's got his motion ready to go up on the screen, correct? Okay. So Director Kerslake?
Okay, I've rewritten it because I mean, that's generally what I'm asking for, but I've rewritten it because I know that every eco depot is different throughout the region. And so I'll just read this out and we could debate it. I would like to make a motion that staff be directed to conduct an operational review of solid waste service hours and days of operation with the objection of identifying potential cost savings through potential cuts to days or hours of operation or a combination of both. So that's the motion.
Director Green, you're looking at that. Is that what you, so would you be happy to just make that? Okay, perfect. All right, so any discussion on this? Okay, Director Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just curious about when the department heads were going through all of their budgeting and reducing expenses and everything, whether or not they looked at any of these options or, you know, as to whether they could reduce their budget and stay within the means. I'm just concerned that we're asking them to do a bunch more work that they've already done. So in this case here, would have the department head of solid waste during his work on reducing his expenses, would have he had a look at this to say, hey, if we reduced the days by one, I could reduce my expenses by this much? So I mean, are we asking these people to do double duty?
Thanks for that question through the chair. No, we have not already done this work. So what we've done in our budget is budget the costs of operating based on the current service levels that the board has established. So if the board wants us to do something like this, passes this motion, then this is work we have not done yet. And we would come back with some numbers. Since I have the microphone, if it's okay with the chair, I provide some context around this. Just a couple points of clarification is timeline on this, just to set expectations. We could do this. It would not be completed in time for provisional budget, which would be in December, but we could complete a review like this, a detailed review prior to the adoption of final budget, so we can bring it early in the new year. Two questions I have that I'd like to toss back into the discussion realm here with the board is, as this motion stands, it's just looking at operating costs. Would the board like us to only look at that or also look at options around increasing revenue through fees? And second question I would like clarification on is, if this is to move forward, what is the expectation or what is the target that the board is looking for in terms of the level of savings? Even if that's a range, we don't want to come back to the board with options to save $100,000 and the expectation is to save 500, then we need to go back and do that work again. So those two things.
So discussion on these points. And just so that everyone knows, I have Directors Thorpe, O'Toole, Houghton, Smith, and Stankey on my list. If you are not on that list and you want to speak, please put your hand up. So any discussion on the 2 points that Mr. Vieira just tossed back to all of us? As it stands, Director Kerslake and Director Grenier, same thing. That is what they are asking for, is simply a look at hours. Do we want to broaden the scope? And does anyone want to toss out a number as to how much savings we're looking for? I've got Director Onslow and Director Thorpe. Director Onslow.
Thank you very much. I would like to add that we look at user fees and increase fees and what impact that would have. And I do not want to throw out a number. So leave that to someone else.
Just Director Thorpe and then Director Thorpe, do you have a number you want to toss out or?
No, I don't have a number that I wanted to toss out. I would like to make a friendly amendment that we add review of fees and the hours, because it's very much like the recommendation I was going to make. My question is, when was the last time fees increase were looked at, with the exception of the mattress issue we talked about? And when was the last review of transfer station hours done? Because I think what we need to look at here is a balance of residents' convenience and taxation. And we've got to find something that's going to be equitable for everybody. So if Director Kerslake would be okay with a friendly amendment, I don't know, maybe Mike can give me a number and I can add that into the friendly amendment?
Does anyone have, I mean, Mr. Vera made an excellent point. If they come back with savings of 100,000, but everyone in their head was expecting to save 500,000, then we've just wasted a lot of time. So if someone could
keep it
toss out
realistic?
a number that sounds reasonable,
About 200.
200,000, is that?
You want me to go up? I'm thinking if they can find more, fantastic. But if we set something reasonable, then we're not going to be disappointed.
Grenier?
Thank you. I was thinking in the range of half of the reduction, the drawdown. So the drawdown 700,000, if we could find something in the $350,000 range to start with, then that would be, I think, meaningful to the tax rate coming down, the increase that you're talking about. So my suggestion would be $350,000 to start.
So, Mr. Vera, is that ballpark in any way doable?
Yes, we can bring forward options that would meet that target. Point of clarification, the reserve amount we're utilizing this year, 600,000, not 700,000. So 300 or 350.
Am I the one still making the friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go for 300. We
So-
add in looking at the fees and we look at a target of around 300,000. Would that be okay with you, Director Kerslake? Okay. And do we have an answer to the questions about the last time these things were reviewed?
Mr. Vera?
Yes, the fee review, I believe last time the fee review was in 2019. I'm double checking that, but I can answer your question about the hours of operation and service levels. So just prior to do our last request for proposal, which was in 2022, we had the board adopt the service level standards that were included and attached to that request for proposal. So the entire board adopted the types of services offered at every single site and the hours of operation at every single site.
Director
The
Thorpe?
supplemental, then we're looking at least 4 years from anything by the time we get to this. So doing a review would actually be efficiency, wouldn't it? Because things have changed since 2022 and the atmospheric river and the amount of debris that we had brought into the landfills.
Correct. I mean, if I could provide my personal opinion, if I could say it this way, it wouldn't be a waste of time for staff to be directed to do this. I think there's value in that. It's just the timing of it. Is it a priority, something that the board wants to see for this budget? Then we would prioritize it.
And I have Director Bass, and now, okay. We're talking about this particular thing. So Director Bass and Director Middleton.
I'm sorry, I need some clarification here because we're talking about the work required to reach a limit. There's still, aren't you still going to have to do the work to see if you're going to hit the limit to begin with? And then if you do the work and you get to the limit, are you going to stop then or keep going to see how much there really is? Like I don't see it. I think that the putting a limit is artificial because you're still going to have to do the work to get to it. And if you don't get to it, well, you've done the work to see that you didn't get to it. Am I making any sense here? Because I don't think you guys are. But I can't be the only one who's thinking this way. It's just, like, okay, are you going to get to 200,000? I don't know. We'll see if we can get there. Oh, we didn't, but we still did the work. Now, we did get to 200,000. Should we keep going? No, we got to 200,000. Let's stop. I need clarification here.
Mr. Vieira.
It's a good question. I'll explain how I'm interpreting this and what our plan would be. So now that if it's approved that we're looking for 300,000, we would come back to the board with multiple options and scenarios based on our research of what could be done to get that 300,000. So I'll stick with hours of operation. When we do an hours of operation review, we look at things like the number of customers per hour, the next nearest site, if that site's closed, the commercial customers and volume going to that site. And then we would bring that assessment to the board and make some recommendations around this site's open 3 days a week and they only get 5 customers. One of the options is to cut the day of the week here by a full day, for example, could cut the hours of operation by a full day. Other ones may not. We'll do that assessment and make our recommendation based on what the data is, as well as we'll give a fee analysis saying, here's what the fees are around the region. Here are some options to consider about fees, about increasing fees and how much that would bring forward in revenue. And the board could bat that around, and what that'll look like, what I anticipate that will look like will, if the board wants to do all the options, maybe that would result in a $500,000 savings. If they only want to pick one of the 5 options, maybe that's only 100,000, but those options will be there.
So we're aiming for 300,000. We could end up with savings that will only amount to 100,000. We could end up with savings that'll end up with 500,000. And then it's up to us, like an a la carte menu, to decide which ones we want to pick to hit our target, whatever that happens to be, which right now is $300,000. Director Bass, does that kind of answer your question?
Thank you. I'm glad you know what you're doing. Because
CFO Fox.
Yeah, thank you. So when we were talking about this scenario, which we haven't been faced with before with this board, we talked about different ways of going about this. Now, picking a target like 300,000 has some meaning in the fact that it's half of the contribution of the reserve. So it does have meaning there. I get that it seems, even if it's a range for us, the problem is when you're asking this right now, we can't run scenarios. We're trying to calculate the impact of that and make this a meaningful decision for you. But there's going to be a lot of opinions around the board, whether they want to see, $500,000, 300,000. When we talk about $300,000, it'll probably bring the tax rate increase of solid waste down by about 3% for solid waste. So we're trying to run a little bit of that in the background. The hard part to this is there's a lot of factors that go into a reduction in solid waste that contains risk, right? So Jamie has to go back with his team. They have to look at what are other areas charging? Are we going to cause people to want to throw their garbage in the bush? Are we going to make your constituents mad who have 2 days a week that maybe now go down to 1 day a week? Do we do something in one area? This is a regional service. It only affects over here. So maybe one area is going to get a decrease and one area doesn't. Then we're going to create some animosity between what we're choosing to do. So there's a lot of factors in here that we have to consider, but having a range gives us somewhere to go, and we will bring alternatives to that. But we don't want to go and explore removing $1 million of service if that is not what you're trying to achieve. Hopefully that made sense.
All right, so Director Thorpe, I cross off the list. I've got Directors O'Toole, Houghton, Smith, Stankey, Middleton, and Laird. Okay, Director O'Toole.
Thank you. Not asking staff to go away and look at anything. I just want to maybe provide a little perspective. This is my second year sitting at the table in this meeting. And looking at our municipal budgets, I want to caution us to be careful not to run down a rabbit hole, because we're seeing some shifts this year and we're having to tap into reserves because we're not seeing operational incomes we've seen in the past. Director Kerslake's motion talked about the lack of the pipeline project. I can tell you that construction in Sun Peaks is literally non-existent on a grand scale other than a few private residents When you think about the amount of construction waste not being hauled to the Heffley Eco Depot, because of that, that's a massive decrease in fees, right? There's a new project in the ground right now, which is our BC Housing, which will be 110 unit. Concrete's being poured right now. You can imagine the amount of construction waste next summer. So it ebbs and flows. We're in a down point. If we go and increase the building permit fees in Mr. Krause's department, but nobody's building, the total's still zero, right? If we increase the tipping fees, as CFO Fox said, I guarantee you're gonna have gate dumping and things in the woods. So we need to be careful not to I can see this if this was a 2 or 3 year process and the economy stayed low, but there's a lot of contributing factors to why these revenues are coming in less. People are being cautious. There's not as much construction. And part of the reason why we have these surpluses and these reserve funds is to help us through these bumpy years. If we overreact, we're only going to make it worse. So I think it's important that staff go back and look to find efficiencies. But if we kind of kill the fly with a hammer, I don't think we're going to like the outcome when we look a year or 2 years down the road. So I think we just need to be cautious about how we react to these shortfalls. And I truly believe that staff have done a massive amount of work, and as there's some savings there, but they'll be minor. We've seen at our gates, at our transfer station, when the hours change or what have you, the next thing we know, staff are, we're getting photographs on social media of gate dumping, things being thrown in the woods down the road. So just because because last year we made this much money and we increased the price by so much a bag, not every one of the bags from last year might make it to the transfer station in the new year. So you're not necessarily going to see that return on investment for raising the price per bag. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say too, I mean, I know when with the Clearwater, the Clinton Library, I spoke with Melissa about, they just changed the hours. They didn't change the number of hours, they changed the days it was open. So it went from open 3 days a week to 4 days a week. Same number of hours, but just spread over 4 days instead of 3. In order to reach that decision about what days and times the Clinton Library would be open, they did surveys of the people who actually used the Clinton Library, and they did surveys of staff as well, and they crunched the numbers. What times were people using the Clinton Library? Did it make sense to have it open on these times? Or, if it fell off, then maybe it would be better to have it open another day, which is what they decided. What I'm saying is they did not just decide arbitrarily, we're going to open the Clinton Library on this day now. They consulted the people who actually used it. So I would just say, before we start considering changing the hours to any of our eco depots or transfer stations, we need to do a good communication and consultation job with the people who actually use it. Because we might think that we're saving a few tens of thousands of dollars by making this change. But as Director O'Toole said, and as we've sure all seen, any changes like that can have knock-on effects that we don't anticipate and that we don't like. So just throwing that caveat out there. Director Houghton.
I think Director O'Toole just about said everything I was going to say. Is we got 2 things coming up tomorrow to vote on that are going to have an impact on this request. One is already in the budget, and that is giving the freedom to the staff to deliver the waste to the landfill of their choice and whatever it's most economical. The second is a motion to do with mattresses. If we go ahead with that motion tomorrow, we handle approximately 6,000 mattresses at $20 a mattress if we impose a fee on, and they all make it to the transfer stations and don't go over a bank. There's roughly $120,000. So there's part of it right there. And then you can do whatever you want to try and do the rest. But I highly caution you, like Mr. O'Toole said, it's doing huge changes. Because I'll just give you an example. Yesterday, the Pritchard Eco Depot was closed. Somebody dumped a load of garbage on Stony Flats Road about half a mile from the Eco Depot. They did that a while back at Knutsford. It was closed, and they dumped it over the bank, and I had to phone Argo to come and retrieve it. So I think there's a fine line and stuff in there where there's a balance of People are gonna make it to the landfill or to the eco depots and the transfer stations with it. They're gonna take it somewhere else, they're gonna throw it over a bank. So, like I said, we're making headway tomorrow. If we go ahead with that motion, start there and take it from there. Thank you.
Next up, Director Smith.
Well, there's two of us here. I don't know who you're looking at there. Thank you, Chair. Actually, most of my questions have been answered, but in response to Director O'Toole, I'm not sure if I know anybody in my area that thinks our Eco Depot is a great deal. So, and you know, I don't know if that's a lower mainland comment or not, but I don't ever hear anybody saying how great it is to use our Eco Depot. So I'm not in favor of changing anything other than the mattress thing. Thank you.
Director Stanky.
Thank you. I'd be against the motion. It's too specific in hours and that. If anytime you take away something from people, you're going to annoy them and it's going to have a domino effect. So I would prefer to see it that I'm not in favor in reduction of services. I would like to see an operational review and an efficiency review, because I know there's a lot of waste at these transfer stations. And it could be handled a lot better. But most of my other concerns have been addressed by Director O'Toole, Director Thorpe, and yourself, Chair Roden. Okay.
Thank you. Director Middleton.
Thank you. Just, I don't entirely know all that much about this, this side of the TNRD's operations, but just a quick question is, I was sort of always a little bit under the assumption that the operations of our landfills, transfer stations and so forth is done by a third-party contractor who we would have a contract with. So are we not sort of looking at, is when we look at reducing or containing or reducing service or whatnot, do we not also have that third-party contractor in play in this situation? And can we actually technically just, you know, make arbitrary decisions to start cutting services and this and that when we've already contracted those services out?
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent question. Yes, we do have a third-party contractor that operates all of our sites, and we're halfway through the 5-year contract with them. We do have a clause in that contract that allows us to renegotiate based on service changes that we request, either increases or decreases in services. So, but I'm glad you flagged it, because even if you gave me an exact scenario right now, I couldn't tell you the dollars and cents exactly that it would save. What we do if this process was approved is actually work with our contractor to get a sense of what kind of cost savings that we could realize through the contract in renegotiating those rates.
Thank you. Yeah, that was just the concern I have when we start talking about these numbers, and what we plan to do is some of it may be problematic to just start, you know, coming up with numbers and scenarios, and, you know, contractors are all earning a living too. So to just suddenly go up and then start trying to renegotiate or hammer at them to either provide more for less or provide less for less, but then what does that do for them and their business model? So I'd be concerned that we would lose our credibility with contractors if we start looking at undermining their businesses, decisions that are made here. So that just my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Director Laird. I haven't forgotten about you.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting. I think it was 2006 or 2007, I was on the board, and I was the chairman of doing exactly what we're doing right now. We had projections out of where our cost of running dumps were going to be. We hired a consultant. He looked at it all, and he had all these same questions. I think we have to allow the staff to go ahead and look at possible reductions because this is just 1 year. They're going to keep going up and our reserves keep going down. So we have a problem that we have to look at and see how we can handle it and how we can save money. Because I think if you look at the projection costs of the way the waste expenses are going right now, they're just going to continue getting bigger and bigger until we have some kind of a solution. We had the same problem then. People were going to dump stuff in the bush. That didn't happen. We made the change. It was, I can't remember what we paid the consultant to put that plan together. We closed eco depots, we changed fees, we did all kinds of things because the projection out over the next 5 years, our solid waste was going to go from $10 million a year to $15 million a year. And if we didn't fix it, we'd be paying $15 million for the same service. So we do need to look and see how we can save money and what could possibly slow down the cost of providing that service. So that's my experience. Thank you.
Director Sao.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering if our staff has looked into like revenue generating potential for some of our eco depot properties. For example, the transfer stations, we have properties that are sitting, not operating 5 days out of 7 days. And then just looking up using AI, it's Green Municipal Funds pops up and talking about energy, waste to energy projects that's being funded. I wonder if we could look into that potential.
Through the chair, I'll start with the last question. Waste energy was considered as part of our last 2 regional solid waste management plans. Quickly dismissed as not viable due to the size and scale of waste energy facilities and the cost of them. The revenue generating around sale of TNRD properties, that would be a one-time thing that the board can consider. Revenue generating from the sites other than increasing fees, I don't know. I would put it back to the director to make a suggestion of what that might look like.
No, actually, I don't
No
have any
supplemental?
ideas.
Okay. Director O'Connor and then Director Randa.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your comments. I agree with Director Stanke. I don't want to see a reduction in hours or even perceived service from the residents, from our taxpayers. Are there other efficiencies that you could look at? I know you said you've looked at lots to try to reduce what you can, but I don't want to list now, but do you think there are other things you could be looking at as far as efficiencies to bring forward?
Through the chair, no, not without impacting services. In my professional opinion, the board's options are to reduce services or increase fees or a combination of both, or leave the budget as is.
Director Ranta.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I don't think I'm much different from many other of the directors around the table when I see a proposed tax increase of 9.74% in 1 year. That causes me great concern. And that percentage increase is without considering the impact of 2 union contracts that will undoubtedly result in a higher tax increase in 1 year. And I averaged out the 5-year tax increases, and it averages out to 6.56% over 5 years. And what I would, I've debated tax increases in the past, and the answer is always the same. You tell us what you want to cut, and we'll cut it. But I don't want to tell anybody what to cut. I want to see a reduction in the tax impact on the people of the TNRD and the municipalities in the TNRD so that it would be closer to the average of 6.56% rather than 9.74% plus the impact of the wage increases. So that's what I'd be looking for. We seem to be talking about solid waste management, but I think there's other areas in the TNRD expenditures that could be considered for reductions. So I think staff should look at trying to achieve a lower tax increase impact and come back with a variety of options for the board to consider.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So right now, if we could just, could we put Director Kerslake's proposal up on the screen, please? Are we direct? And while we're doing that, Director Laird?
One thing that we haven't considered is we haven't budgeted anything in for closing and reclaiming, like the closure of existing dumps. And I think we have heard the discussion where it's just a discussion point. There's been nothing put in a budget to offset the costs of closing down existing dumps. And we haven't even talked about that yet. And that can be very costly as well, just a heads up. I can't help it, John. It's my age. A dump was a dump.
I was waiting for you to say something, Director Ranta, and I knew you would. That's probably something to bring before the Solid Waste Committee to start that discussion, get that ball rolling. So we have Director Kerslake's proposal up on the screen. So operational review of the solid waste service fees, hours and days of operation. So I think with those two things, we have covered the two things that Mr. Vieira said that we would be able to look at, which is reducing services or increasing fees or some combination of both, with the objective of identifying potential cost savings of $300,000, with the knowledge that we will. Now, do we need that fourth and final paragraph? Or is that going to be something that will be considered? So Director Kerslake, are you okay with that fourth paragraph being removed? Okay, thank you. So we're going to remove the further that this review include Corporate Officer Jeremiah.
We're just having some technical difficulties, but I do have it, like I will remove it on my end.
Oh,
so
there
that
we go.
are
Nope,
aware.
there we go.
there we go.
It's stop. Okay. I've done that more than once. I've gone to delete stuff and it just kind of keeps on running and suddenly several hundred words of wonderful prose have just disappeared. Okay, so is anyone have any further tweaks to propose to this? Okay, Director Kerslake, would you like to make this motion?
It's a small one.
Oh, as long as it's only a small one.
Identifying potential cost savings of 300,000, we could, or more. Could we not just add or more on there? Or approximately?
A minimum of $300,000?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So you'd like to make that motion, Director Kerslake? Who'd like to second it? Director Thorpe, thank you. Any further discussion? On the question, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? We've got Director Bass opposed, Director Smith opposed, and Director Karpuk opposed. And Director Stanky opposed. Okay, thank you. All right, that carries. And of course, we are not bound to adopt anything that comes back, just to let everyone know. This is simply for information. All right, so now I'm looking at, and Director Ranta, I know you said that there must be other areas. To Mr. Vieira, is that is something along the lines of staff to identify other areas where economies can be made enough, or do we need something more, ideally, do we need something that's more specific? Such as the one about solid waste.
Sorry, I'm not sure if Director Ranto was referring though to other services other than solid waste.
I was.
Yeah, okay, so this gives clear direction for us, my department, to move forward on bringing something back in January to the board.
So you are, so if someone, another director wants to find other savings in other areas, you are ideally looking for something as specific as this, which gives clear direction on one thing? Or is it enough to say, we want you to find more savings, report back to us?
No, sorry, Chair, I misunderstood. Yes, what you said is correct. This level of detail helps us out very much from staff to bring back to the board options to consider. Good job. Good job, board. This is exactly what we need.
Director Grenier.
In keeping with that concept and what we heard from Mr. Kraus, I'd like a similar one focused on the development services fees. So board instruct development services staff to begin a building services fee review prior to the final 2026 budget being adopted.
Okay, seconded by Director Smith. And did you get the wording, Corporate Officer Jeremiah?
I believe so. I'm just typing.
Okay, if you could just maybe read it back just so that we can all hear it again?
Board instruct development.
No, just make sure, and you can listen to it at the same time to make sure she has caught the essence, if you will, of what you were trying to say. So have you got it? We don't necessarily need to see it on the screen, I don't think. Just if you could just read it back to us.
Okay, so that the board direct the development services staff to review or to look into increasing the permit fees. With the building permit fees, would that be correct? Okay,
Sorry, I'll just read it again. Board instruct development services staff to begin a building services fee review prior to the final 2026 budget adoption.
Thank you. So that's been moved and seconded by Director Smith. Any discussion? Discussion? Director Karpuk.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, I mean, staff can do a review. Do we want to hear about it? I mean, I'm assuming it's being brought back to the board for consideration and impacts as it relates to budget. Because if we're just asking them to do a review before final budget, I mean, maybe that should be in the wording that we want to know whether this has an implication for adjusting taxes or services or whatever. So I don't know that the motion is complete as it's written, at least not for me.
Okay. So do we need to specify that this will be brought back for board consideration prior to adoption of the final budget? Director Grenier is nodding his head, so wording to that effect. Just to make the intentions of the board clear. Any other questions or comments? On the motion, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? That is carried. Any other specific recommendations for staff? Director Sao?
Thank you, Chair, and directed to Mr. Hildbrand. I remember, can you confirm I remember there was a CEO update in the past. You were mentioning about the reviewing the costs of library services such as the mobile library. If there is already something underway, I don't want to make a motion, but if there's a review going on about the costs and number of residents served by the mobile library, thank you.
Through Chair Roden to Director Sao, that is something that we're currently working on. And that will be coming back prior to, call it January or February. So you'll see a complete review of the mobile library service and options that may be applicable.
So are we going to be, so is that already in hand, or do we need to move second and vote on this recommendation by Director Sao?
So when we started discussing the efficiencies and how we can dig into a business analysis on the mobile library, our goal was not to reduce costs and put it back to our bottom line. It was to help us start investing in future libraries that this board has already supported. So this wouldn't be a cost-cutting measure from our perspective unless the board feels otherwise, if that clarifies. This is an efficiency, like we want to certainly provide this analysis because it hasn't been done for a long time. But if we do decide to change course on how we're delivering mobile library services, if there was, for example, a savings, we would recommend that savings would stay in the library system because we also have new libraries on the docket that this board has kind of given direction on. So that's what we want to, it wouldn't be necessary to simply reduce our tax burden right now.
Thank you.
Director Sao?
Thank you, Mr. Hilbrand. Yeah, whereas my motion would be directed to take that cost savings into tax applications. So I would still make this this motion then. Yeah.
Okay. So you're making this motion. Who'd like to second it? Director Thorpe, thank you very much. All right, discussion. Any discussion on this? Director Onslow?
Thank you. I just have a question on that. So what I'm hearing from CAO Hildebrandt is that we would keep the money in the library system to build the new libraries that are coming up.
Through the chair to Director Onslow, that was what staff had been talking about because this analysis was planned prior to any budget discussion. This is something that we were going to go in and research anyway. And now it's coming up as a potential cost, and we will certainly do that and provide those options. And the board will decide, I guess, how they see fit. I'm just thinking a bit longer term based on direction the board has given us.
Okay, thank you.
So just for clarification, if we voted on this and voted to proceed with this, would this preclude putting the staff's or wish to put any money saved towards future libraries? Because presumably the board would be voting on this to reduce the tax burden.
Through Chair, we would bring that back as complete options for the board to decide on what our recommendations would be. So it'd be up to the board to decide.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? All right, on the motion then, all those in favor? Opposed? Director Middleton, Director Karpuk, Director O'Reilly. Is that it? Oh, sorry, Director Houghton. All right, that's carried. Director Laird.
I have a motion put forward. I think they have it ready to put up on the screen. It's concerning the TV society that we've been supporting for quite a few years now. There's been quite a few changes in technology, and I don't feel that our taxpayers in Area M need to support a few people receiving a TV signal now. I would like it to that service removed.
Now, because this is now asking for a direct this has financial implications. This would be a weighted vote, but this also needs to be discussed, does it not, with the other stakeholders? Can an area just arbitrarily withdraw from the service?
I could provide some context for the board on this. So the TNRD service area here is a specified service area that includes properties in area M and area J. So that's the business of the TNRD and provides a grant and aid contribution of around $6,100 to the Logan Lake TV Society. Separate from the TNRD service, the District of Logan Lake also funds that society, but I could let the director for Logan Lake speak to that.
Yeah, if I may. So the TV Society's been in operation pretty much since Logan Lake was established back in the day. We didn't have the ability to provide television to our area without bringing in the service from the TV Society. So it's actually been in existence since then. This has come up a number of times at our council table as well. This particular service is going to be going to a referendum in the next election. I know that that's 6150 is a pretty small cost. The bonus for your area is that you're still going to get the service whether they pay for it or not, because we can't limit the signal. So whether you pay for the service or not, they're still going to get the service, but it just means that the society itself may have to adjust how they're going to manage their own finances.
And because this is a reduction of a service, can this be voted on in a committee of the whole, or is this something that needs to be brought forward to a board meeting?
Ultimately, the reduction in service would have to go to a board meeting. I mean, we can direct staff to do anything within the committee of the whole. This would be a way to vote because it would be an impact to the budget if we are zeroing out the budget for 2026. But the final decision ultimately would have to be at the board level.
And if it's Director Laird's wish to get this to the board level for a vote, what is the best and easiest way to do that?
I would defer to Jamie to weigh in on this as well, but I do feel like there might be other implications that would have to be looked into within the service removal provisions. So I'll let Jamie weigh in as well.
I was just going to suggest that the wording could be changed, that this would be a recommendation to the board to discontinue the funding. And then it could be, it's ultimately, from my perspective, a budget line item that the board has the ability to approve or not approve. So regardless of the service establishment maintaining, if the board decides to not collect any taxation for the service next year, the board supports that recommendation. If this committee supports the recommendation, then the board can approve it or not approve it. That's my perspective.
So the wording could just be changed slightly to bring it in before the board. Director Grenier?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Smith and Laird for discussing this. This is affecting these three areas, and I think the most consequential would be for the residents of Logan Lake and for them to determine whether they want to continue a government assistance of TV. I think that this is one of those long in the tooth programs that I think has been eclipsed by technology. I think that people in our areas are resorting to ExploreNet or to satellite TV. And I don't think that in Area J, it has any relevance anymore. I can't speak for your two areas, but if it's going to a referendum, I think it should probably be handled best by Logan Lake and for the people in Logan Lake who are using the service to make a decision. So I would be in favor of making the modification that Mr. Vieira
has suggested so that it can be incorporated into our budget deliberations. I think that that's the reason why it's here now is to deal with this from a budget perspective, if my fellow directors think that that's a reasonable approach.
So what would the proposed wording be then? Is that fine as it stands? Okay, so presumably Director Laird's going to make that motion, seconded by Director Grenier. Any discussion?
I can just speak to it one more time. I just want to, so this came up in pretty good depth a few months ago at our council table. And I don't know whether your particular areas actually know what the service entails and what they're getting or what they're not getting. I can tell you they should get about 23 channels of television. It's paid for differently by your areas than it is by ours. So ours, there's a frontage tax for every single property owner. And I would say probably a lot of the residents that use this service and enjoy the service are people that are on fixed incomes that can't afford the extra money to put out for satellite or for whatever it happens to be. So it's basically your basic cable, but a little bit better for a little bit less in our case. Yours is paid for differently because yours is by assessed value. So it is a little bit different, but I would say when we polled just generally our residents to see who uses it and who doesn't, I would say it was a good 50-50. So that's why it's going to referendum, so that we can let the residents decide if it's a service they want to continue or not. Thank you.
Director Grenier?
Thank you for that. And in discussions with on the electoral areas, I asked the very same question: how many people are going to be impacted? And I believe the answer was there was 2 residential properties in my area. So I don't think that's something that's been, I think it's over 30 years now. Yeah, so I think that there's been 30 years of service. We've contributed to it. We have 2 people that are affected by it, and I don't think that it's something that our area should be contributing. I think it's $1,600 or $1,800 a year in that particular case. And I can't speak for Director Laird, but I think he had a similar situation. So we're not trying to dump Logan Lake folks and their important decision. It's just that I don't think that it's relevant to our area anymore. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Any other discussion? On the motion then, all those in favor? Opposed? Vice Chair Smith, Director Blackwell, Director O'Reilly. All right, passes. Oh, was there someone else?
Yes, Director Middleton.
Oh, sorry, Director Middleton. Motion is carried. Anyone else have any? Director Onsa?
Okay, so we have Economic Development Fund, and I would like to cut back the amount of money that we're spending on that. Do I read the whole thing out, or do we allow people to read it? Do I have to read it? Okay.
Sorry, we probably should read it out just
Yeah, I
in case
think-
there's anybody in the public that's watching
Okay.
or listening.
Yep. Okay, so that the Committee of the Whole directs staff to reduce the budget for economic development for electoral area B by $50,000 per year, from approximately $70,000 per year to $20,000 per year. And that staff should work with the EA director for area B to determine which specific services should be cut and which should remain. And that the resident or that these reductions should be applied to each year of the 5-year financial plan, and that the changes be incorporated into the provisional budget for board consideration next month.
And that's it. The semicolon indicates there's more to come, but I gather it's supposed to be a full stop. It's an incomplete thought as it stands, but that's the end of it, Director Onslow? Sorry, that's a proofreader in me coming in. All right. Now, if we vote on this, if we move second and approve this, then does that, is that a weighted vote? And can we take that vote here in a committee meeting, or does this have to come back to a board meeting?
Let's bring this back to a board meeting so we can just adjust it, that the committee of the whole recommend the board reduce the budget for economic development for electoral area B.
So the committee of the whole direct the board to reduce the budget? That's all we need, okay? And then that will come back presumably to the next board meeting. Okay. Along with the one from Director Laird about the TV Society, okay? And the others will come back at some point before the approval of the budget, all right? Just managing expectations. All right, so Director Onslow, so thank you for this. It's very comprehensive. We'll have a chance to discuss it at the board level. Is there anything else you want to say right now about your thoughts on this, or save it till the next meeting? Okay. By next meeting, I don't mean the one tomorrow. We're not that efficient, not quite. All right, so that has been moved by Director Onslow. Could I have a seconder, please? Director Blackwell, thank you very much. Any discussion? Director Sal.
Just a question. So this isn't a local area service, purely paid by Area B residents?
This is, yeah.
Okay.
So it was well, Jamie will know more of the history of it, but it was economic development that the residents, a service that they put in place, and it's just over the years gotten larger and larger and more expensive, and we're looking to reduce that cost.
Thank you. No, sorry, my confusion was, I wondered, do you even need board approval to look into this?
So
Oh,
we
you
will,
do? Okay.
we will do that at the next, at not tomorrow's board meeting, but the next one following that. CFO Fox.
Thank you, Chair, through to the board. And I think it's just an interesting one to talk about quickly. We haven't really been through this process before, but because we work with the EA directors on services, sometimes it's forgotten that the board actually approves the budget, the 5-year plan, and any changes within it. So we're trying to more formally document these changes so the board's aware. Essentially, the board is probably going to support Director Onslow because it's something that's just affecting her area. But you as a representative of the TNRD at the TNRD board table, approve any financial decision on behalf of the board, whether it affects one small area or the large area. And I think we don't talk about that, but that is what you guys do at the table.
Thank you. So any further discussion? On the motion, all those in favor? Is anyone opposed? That is carried unanimously. All right, do we have any more motions, recommendations? Anything prepared? Anything off the cuff? No? All right. CFO Fox.
Thank you. So I think we're at the end, and I want to say thank you. I know that was a bit disjointed and awkward, and we didn't really know how it was going to play out, trying to work through a process that we really haven't had to do too much of with the board before. And I think the conversation and the debate was excellent. I really appreciate the board and the board members for bringing their motions forward. Gives us a little advance notice of how to help formulate that so we create healthy discussion at the table. Thank you, Chair, for facilitating through that. I really appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you very much for your time and the receiving of all the budget information. I know it's a lot and it's a heavy afternoon after lunch. So thank you. Most of you stayed awake. Thanks a lot.
And thank you, it was, yes, it felt did it feel awkward to go through that last little bit? Absolutely. But we've never done it before. And I think just one of the reasons we did it is because I think at this stage for everyone, especially if like me, you're not a numbers person, you hear provisional, you hear draft attached to the word budget, and you sort of think, oh, well, it's going to change. It's going to change. It's going to change for the better by the time we are asked to approve a final version. And then suddenly it's February-ish, and you're looking at that final, it doesn't have draft or provisional attached to it. You're looking at the cold hard numbers and going, holy cats, that's a big tax increase. We got to reduce that somehow in February. So I think this was an attempt by staff to try to get some of those holy cats, we need to bring that figure down discussion to November when they still have a fighting chance to come up with what people are asking for and what they want to see without having a nervous breakdown, probably. So thank you to staff for coming up with this. And thank you to everyone for taking part. It was fun. She said, hopefully. So if that's it, if that's all for today, then thank you very much, everyone. We will see you all back here at 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for hospital board meeting, 1:30 for the inaugural meeting. So have a good evening, everyone.